Yep, that's right. I got the Regal hat on. Actually, you can't really see it. Screw it. David Wood has led so many people to the truth by exposing a false religion. Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. Who's the truth? What's the truth? You know what I'm saying? Cope? What a cope. Now, I don't even know if people are like being like sarcastic anymore with this stuff. No, that's wrong, Raj. That's wrong. Because he can't tell you where the true church is, which is like fundamentally what this critique has been against a lot of these apologists. So no, that's not true. He can't even tell you. He's like, I don't know. Maybe the synagogue is the truth. Anyway, that was brutal. We're going to look at some of it. It was absolutely brutal. Now, the David Wood camp is pretending like David's entire performance was to demonstrate a standard that the ortho bros were using against who? Against God logic? No, it's not even the same category. For those of you who don't know all the lore, Jay and many Orthodox, rightly so, watching people call themselves Christian apologists, sending people to like synagogues or not actually pointing people to an actual church. What does it mean to convert people if they don't really have a standard for practice or anything like this? And it's a fair critique. And so calling someone like God Logic a grifter, calling him a grifter on the basis of he's selling Christianity, he's selling himself as an apologist, but he doesn't even have a church to defend. There's nothing to defend. All you're defending is Islam bad, right? And so it's fair. That's a fair critique. And you could make that accusation work quite well. A grifter is someone who sells something they don't have, or they present themselves having something that they don't have. And if you present a position online and make your career and your identity around this notion that you have the truth of Christianity to give to people, when they move away from the wreckage of their own bad theology like Islam or anything else, you don't have a ship. You don't have the ark. If Islam and a lot of these other cults are barely patched together, little rafts sinking in the ocean, and David Wood comes along and goes, "Oh, I'll save you." And then we go, "Oh, thank you. You're going to bring me to the ship?" "I don't know what the real ship is." Okay. So you're on a raft too then. Okay. David Wood wore a yarmulke. Okay. Anyway, it was brutal. And so that was his whole entire cope. He came in hot. He was arguing that Andrew and the Ortho Bros and Jay are all puppets for Putin, and there was no evidence. It was embarrassing. It was absolutely embarrassing. And then once he demonstrated there's no evidence, he basically tried to flip it and say, "See, this is what the Ortho Bros are doing to my one black friend Avery." It's like, it's not even the same category, man. Did you see how disappointed Andrew was? He was like, Andrew was basically sad because of how bad it was. He was like sad. It was like the biggest disappointment that I've ever seen. Dad, thank you so much, Josiah. Yes. Yeah, pay your KGB tax. We love Russia. We love Russia. So we'll look at some of that. I won't take you through the entire thing. What else? There's, I finally got Alex Malpass to try to respond to me. We'll see if we can even make it through that. Oof. Talk about competition for Ambien. And then Candace Owens went on Sean Ryan. I found a little source for that we can watch through. Another thing that's probably going to be unbearable, honestly. Let's just be honest about it. I don't know, because I think David Wood's own audience they're like so stupid that they're still doubling down on the accusation when David Wood basically admitted the accusation was really just a ploy. It was just a way to demonstrate inconsistency in the Ortho Bros system, and it's not. It's stupid. Such a waste of time, man. David Wood hasn't even looked close enough to be able to tell that Russia, OCA, etc. are all in communion and have the same church. He won't address critiques of his lack of ecclesiology. Low tier it was. It was low tier. The Cope stream, I'll probably skip to that, honestly. You know, probably skip to it. The Russians are coming. It was bad. We'll just take a look at some of it. Okay. Just take a look. Man, did it get bad, though. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed for him. I was embarrassed, basically, for Andrew having to just sit through just the worst. It's just the worst. Terrible, man. So hard to watch.
TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
Is he retarded? I mean, I'm glad. The one pointed question that I really stuck with me this whole evening was Andrew just goes, Are you retarded? You actually retarded? I think he might be like fully autistic, like not even like a colloquially.
Who's watching from all over the world? D Wood and
system by being a double, triple, quadruple agent. Interesting. Yes, to the Candace fans.
Yeah, is he actually gonna debate? Is he gonna go through it?
Comrade.
That's what did I tell you guys? My prediction before this happened was that he's actually going to show up to the debate with Jay, but he's going to do a meme about it. The same way he just tried to do this with Andrew. It's like a meme behind you. You have a meme behind you. So when it all fails, you go, "Oh, I was memeing." I think he's going to do the same thing. He's going to pull a stunt. He sort of sees himself as some sort of jester, honestly. He sees himself as some sort of court jester. Like it gives him the freedom to pretend he has a position, and then he goes, "Whoop! It was all part of a magic trick."
Wilson is looking for the Jews, and to the Israel lovers, comrade, all of the be in the 1970s Swiss.
Both many
that Wascowee.
Interesting.
Yeah,
sure
those sons of bitches.
Yeah, but they don't stop there. So you've seen this. I quoted it. I mean, I cited this. This was all over the place.
Tenet
like
Media.
Lauren Chen and so on.
Yeah.
So right-wing
I know all
influencer
about
network.
Tenet.
Allegedly spread Russian disinformation. Now, this was interesting because the money was funneled through RT. That's the Russian state television. So that is the television news channel of Russia, and they were the ones
And Topher, that might actually be where he got the voice from.
Putting out
Hammer
millions
time.
of dollars to influencers to.
Are we sure David Wood didn't go to jail for hitting himself in the hammer, in the head with a hammer? I'm not even sure that.
To try and.
Did he sneak one in, like when the cops came? Before I went to jail, I had sex with a fat 13-year-old.
Well, do all kinds of things. Mainly put out ideas that are going to cause division and those things that would toe the party line. Just pointing that out because your good buddy Jay is their new favorite guest over on RT.
Oh, yes. That's really weird. weird though, because everyone was in that RT network, which would be Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, and several others. One of them, as you may know, was gay and adopted a gay baby at the time.
So you're saying that wouldn't fall into Patriarch Kirill's doctrine of the Russian world, where everyone, whether inside of Russia or outside of Russia, who just, I think he said, loves Russia and holds that up high, and
like David Wood should be seen from this point on as a deceptive liar. Because this whole act, like, you have to imagine this. This guy has to say that an hour and a half of acting like he's affirming Jay is controlled by Putin, and Putin's using the Ortho Bros, the 0.00001% of Orthodox people who happen to be online yapping about Orthodoxy. He's using them to destabilize America. And by destabilization, his evidence is Orthodox people argue against churchless apologetics. That was his argument. He did it for an hour and a half and then goes, well, I was just showing the inconsistencies. Aha! I meant to make an argument without any evidence.
In his esteem and so on, and loves the Russian culture and so on, and loves all of that, the goal is for all of this to be under Russian control.
So what? What does that have to do with streamers being part of a Russian conspiracy, even unknowingly?
Tell us.
What? What does that have to do with shit, dude? It's just some unrelated tangential nonsense. Tie it to somebody, bro.
Okay, yeah. I'll tie it. Anyway, the point is, we see what they're doing and what they're calling for, what they're trying in the 70s and in the 80s and in the 90s and after that and so on. And then we get down to the time of the Ortho Bros. You've seen this.
Ortho Bros.
Jay Dyer's a regular host of Alex Jones' InfoWars and is increasingly becoming a notable figure in the right-wing and far-right online sphere, while already being perhaps the most popular and influential Orthodox online personality. Dyer caters to this online culture in his aesthetics, conduct, and media content. His presentation of orthodoxy also takes advantage of the U.S. culture wars and plays upon the recent fascination of the right wing and far right with Russia as the bastion of moral values and Christian power. It should be noted that Dyer and most of the clergy associated publicly with patristic faith are members of ROCOR, and while Dyer selectively uses the work of neo-patristic theologians and favors neo-Palemism, his outlook on 20th to 21st century Orthodox history seems to be that of the anti-ecumenical,
Yeah, anti-ecumenism. You think that's Jay's idea? You think that the Orthodox perspective of maintaining a rigid, narrow, true church, which would necessarily include opposition to ecumenism, perennialism, syncretism, and the rest, you think that was Jay's idea?
Modernity and
Is that Russia's idea? Did Russia come up with that? Oh, you know what? This is probably a bad idea. This is not a good idea.
Monarchist strand.
We must call Jay. Jay, please include anti-ecumenism in your podcast, Jay.
And in
we must destabilize.
Core. Because of this, it is telling that Dyer consistently and outspokenly attempts to undermine the credibility of the Orthodox Church in America and its bishops. Dyer perpetuates the defining of America as enemy of orthodoxy by frequently labeling those who defend the Orthodox Church in America Ameridox, a pejorative meant to bring their orthodoxy into question.
Now, there is a nuanced position that David Wood is too stupid to have made. He is too stupid to have made this nuanced position, which is America is actually Protestant. It's actually not, it's actually fairly antithetical for the most part to Orthodox theology in practice. And so you could, if you said America is Enlightenment, which I think it is, and if you said America is Protestant and deist, and if you said America is pluralistic, and if you said America is individualism above all, if you said America is liberty above all, which I say all these things, in a sense, you could actually make the argument, but he didn't even make that. He could have done that. He actually could have done that. And then it would have been a very interesting, back and forth. But he didn't. He just said, Jay Dyer and the Ortho Bros are getting rubles or whatever. He didn't even make any connection. He could have at least said orthodoxy in America, the anti-ecumenist orthodoxy, leans away from this Enlightenment factory, leans away from pluralism, leans away from everything we were born into, essentially. And if that's American, then maybe there is an argument that orthodoxy in some practice is anti-American. But I wouldn't make that sweeping claim, because orthodoxy baptizes nations. It baptizes cultures and peoples. So there is an American culture. And even if it's rooted in individualism, the way in which orthodoxy would baptize America, it would take what's compatible and it would try to basically move what's incompatible away from orthodoxy, keep it away. But he didn't even do that. He could have made a really interesting, nuanced argument here, but he didn't. He's a retard.
This dude is slower than molasses dripping off a spoon. The far right doesn't like Jay because he doesn't bagel spurg enough.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, what's the far right? Is it groypers?
By identifying them.
Honestly, Jay doesn't even have. Jay's so meticulous in his position that you can't really trap him in a dialectic, a popular dialectic, and so it's nuanced. So it's hence his not as popular. Like, he's pretty granular. And so if Russia wanted to utilize anybody to undermine America or something like this, he wouldn't use one of the most nuanced autistic people on the internet.
Them with America as degenerate while directing his followers towards Rokor, the Russian Orthodox Church.
Oh my God, this is the weakest shit ever, dude. Here, let's go through
really
a bunch of this, because this
really
is just actually, this is stupid. Like, I actually expected better than this. This is actually dumb.
Me too.
Rokor, one more time, David, is not under the Patriarch of Russia. Can you repeat that to me so I know that you heard what I just said? Rokor is its own thing, right? Rokor literally stands for Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. That's what it stands for, Russian Orthodox.
But it has the word Russia in it. Okay, so why does it have the word Russia in it?
Orthodox Church, which is outside of Russia. That's
so
Rokor.
They have no loyalty to Russia or to the Russian Orthodox Church?
No, and by the way, they fight all the time. They fight all the time about shit. And by the way,
and he's still referring to jurisdictional administrative distinctions.
Wait, let's point this out. Do you know what?
Okay, but do they both like borscht? Do they both do the Russian dance thing?
Why Jay Dyer calls him a Meridox, the OCA, they calls him a Meridox, because what he's doing is he's making a play on the word heterodox. Okay, that's why he's saying a Meridox. The whole idea here is that the OCA does have some people in it who are highly progressive, who try to embrace some degenerate values. And that's not even controversial. This is known. You would be against the same things, in fact. All right? So, yes, I don't even, what's the problem here, actually?
Yeah, what would be the problem, actually? And by the way, even if what he's saying is true, it still doesn't actually back his silly claim that anybody's a puppet of Russia.
What actually is it? What is it that Jay is actually doing here that you wouldn't be doing? If there was a Protestant church of your same denomination or was within your same church and you had some issues with their leadership or you had some issues with what it is they wanted to do, wouldn't you call it out too?
So just...
You know what's funny? I was talking to Meg Bob about how people are going to freak out that Andrew is basically consulting for Tapussa. It's actually her joke. She was like, "Oh, so like, like giving like advice or whatever and whatever," and I was like, "Yeah, to some extent, like coaching, debating, or whatever, stuff like that." And then she was like, "So is, like basically is Tapussa just all of their imagery is just going to be sort of like black and red, like garage feel?" Like I just laughed so hard. Can you imagine Tapussa rebranded and they just had flames everywhere? It's just red flames, cigarettes, 90s metal music. And like they set up the tables at the colleges and it's just black. It's just black drapery everywhere. And everyone's in low lighting. Like Tapussa is just low lighting forever.
To be clear, you're claiming that Rocor is not under Moscow
Tapussa in the Crucible font's
jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's outside. Yes.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Now you have Jay's protege there, David Erhan, who is Dyer's protege, a young man in his 20s from Turkey.
There's tons of cigarettes.
And the man who currently runs Jay Dyer's
There's actual smoke machines at the events, at the college events.
Orthodox Christian Discord server. Erhan also does geopolitical analysis through his YouTube channel. For example, supporting Russia in its war against Ukraine, but most of his work is apologetics against Oriental Orthodox.
Dude, David Wood demonstrates he's as lazy in this topic as he is in researching Christian history. He just kind of phones it in, man. And this is coming from me, who's like fairly good at just sort of modern dancing it on a live stream. Just look into it, right? I'm not better, but it's like I would never stand in this debate. Like I would never bring this as a debate prompt and try to defend it. Yes, thank you, John. Pay your KGB taxes. I appreciate you. Yeah.
And the Assyrian Church of the East, lambasting them as heretics and attempting to
because they are heretics. That's correct. They're heretics.
The agreed ecumenical statements between our churches in the eyes of the online community. Erhan is also known as a misogynist. That's not really relevant for what we're talking about here, but notice that this guy's
he's based. He's based. He's a based misogynist, David. Does that upset you?
Oh, I mean, I'll read the part about him being misogynist. I just thought it's not connected to what we're talking about.
That's the best
Erhan
part
is
of it.
also known online as a misogynist, having early in his YouTube career even made a video asserting that women are not made in the image of God, based according to the fathers, and consistently engaging in misogynist rhetoric on his social media platforms. I'm pointing out that he's that what he's interested in is going after Oriental Orthodox and Assyrian Church of the East, and these guys all end up defending Russia in its war against Ukraine.
They're not,
even though there's no connection.
David, they're not in communion with the Eastern Orthodox Church. So of course they go, especially the Oriental Church.
Thank you guys for hitting the goal. Really appreciate that, you guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you. What?
All of them go after him. Even the OCA goes after him. What are you talking about? They all go after him. They're not in communion with the Eastern Orthodox Church, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm not even talking about him going. I'm saying that's his interest, and yet it always comes back to defending and promoting whatever Russia's doing.
Okay, show me what he's promoting that Russia's doing.
This is the best part. This is like my favorite part of the whole evening. Hold on. Someone has to say something. Her name is Vagine.
Comrade Jim Bob, I have heard conflicting reports regarding our alliance with the Russian intelligence outfits. I have offered them my assistance in chemical warfare and I haven't received any responses. Should I keep reaching out?
Probably.
Or is it only Jortlandia that needs some dookie?
Probably. Actually, I don't know about that, Vagine.
Well, you got the war in Ukraine.
Erhan is a misogynist.
So what? That's not. First of all, there's tons of people who are Americans who support geopolitically Russia over Ukraine in that war because the Ukrainian is the most corrupt fucking country on planet Earth, and they don't care about it.
Wait,
right? They're like, whatever.
The Ukrainians are the most corrupt. Ukrainians are the most corrupt.
Oh, yes. The most corrupt. You want to go through what happened when Joe Biden was working with Ukraine and what happened with Burisma?
Wait, you've got the Russian Orthodox Church led by.
I know that was probably the best advertisement for David Erhan. He's like, he's a misogynist, and everyone's like, what? What's that? Excuse me?
A KGB spy, and he's super buddies with Putin, his fellow KGB spy.
Yeah, sure.
We shouldn't be suspicious.
I'll just grant it. I didn't. Who? I don't even understand how you got to that. How did you even get to that from what I just said? Let me repeat myself very slowly. The Ukraine is known geopolitically and has been known geopolitically as being the most corrupt nation.
They are. I'm going to funnel them all in. It's all funneled in
Europe.
And it's all for me to access Russia's terrible food options.
Europe, the most.
What do they even eat there? They eat like thick pork chop and like indiscernible vegetables. I remember going to a Russian restaurant once in like Los Angeles, and I was like, oh, this could be good. I was like, what is this? This is like one of those venues where you pretend you're in like a starvation, like you're in a famine. Is this what I'm trying to ask like the waitress, like, is that what the theme is? It's like we're all starving. Like, are we pretending to be in wartime? This is your food? What do you have, rock soup? Oh, this is our special rock soup cabbage. What? Did you guys... You don't have to stay here, you guys. You can advance. You can innovate your food. It's okay. No. This is rock soup with unseasoned pork chop. Ugh.
Corrupt.
Ugh.
Biden... What he was doing was he was actually working
sour cream
with Ukrainian oligarchs, right, on Burisma, where he put his son as a member of
wood soup. We will make wood soup, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Andrew Wilson up at 11 a.m.? It can't be true. Sometimes you wreck a person so badly you have to take a day off. I highly doubt you're going to take a day off. That's a lie. It's an absolute lie. But thank you for the 20. Yeah, this was I saw your disappointment. It was actually emotionally, mentally, spiritually disappointing how bad it was. I don't know what it is. Maybe like it's the history of David Wood and just the culture where we just assumed, well, I mean, he's aggregated quite a following and, you know, he's done a fair amount of work doing the Islamic dilemma, and he must be kind of smart because he, you know, people who try to kill their fathers, you know, they're psychotic, but sometimes they're smart, you know, like the meme, it's like someone's like a smart psycho. But man, he's actually retarded. That's why I'm upset, because I was like, no, he's not retarded. There's something there. You know? There's something there. He's got something. We'll find it. Well, what is it? He's got something in there. And it's like, no! He's actually retarded!
The board in exchange for millions of dollars. Were you like, did you not know this or what?
No, I just wanted to hear what you had to say. I have no loyalty to Ukraine at all, and I think it's all corrupt over there, which is weird. How
he has no loyalty to any position. Honestly,
we're all supposed to be cheering and rooting for one corrupt side or the other.
I'm not rooting for either. Fuck Putin.
I'd root for Ukraine just because I don't want Putin spreading, and I don't think Ukraine is going to. But I think
a perpetual war there likely serves the American interest. Yes, it's not, you know, like. I've never had any big feels on the Russia-Ukraine war.
Rip, you bastard.
I've never. It's like, okay, fine. They want to fight. They want to fight. I am surprised that Ukraine held out as long as it did, but I don't think it would have.
You know, my favorite part was, did you kiss the wall? He was like, no. Did you wear a yarmulke? Did you put it on? Did you put the bowl on your head? Just want to know. Just want the audience to get the visual. You put the bowl on the head. He puts the bowl on the head. Yes, I did. I actually did put the little hat on. Honestly, that might even be worse than the wall. It's not. They're both like visually the same meaning, like, but there's something about him sort of fitting it on his head that's even better as a visual. Like he's like, and he asks AP, "Is it on right? Does it look okay? How do I look?"
Without huge amounts of American weaponry going in there, and I wish we hadn't sent huge amounts of American weaponry in there.
He definitely lied, dude.
Generally speaking, a mistake. We generally tend to arm people who later become our enemies. But yeah, so what? Fuck that guy, and also fuck Ukraine. I don't care. Like, I don't care. It's a whole bastion of corruption, right? Whole bastion of it.
All right, so we can agree that Ukraine and Russia both horribly corrupt. Okay, we agree. We agree on that. Just wanted to point out here, we've got from Noah here. My above email was sent privately to Patristic Faith editor Chase Mudd on January 29th in order to...
How do you wear a yarmulke with a bald spot? They're tattoos. It's a new service from the Daily Wire. That's right. We're reaching out. We were actually going to go with Kat Von D, but it turns out she's Orthodox. But we've contacted a number of tattoo parlors across the United States. A couple have responded, and they said yes, they will sign the deal with the Daily Wire, which includes half off if you sign up right now, half off to anyone who wants to get a yarmulke tattoo, particularly bald people.
To have my articles, which are my property, removed from Patristic Faith website. However, after a week, my emails still had not been answered, and due to what transpired next, I assume my private requests to the editor were circulated among the clergy board, which supposedly runs the site according to Father Deacon Ananias Sorum, and was given to Jay Dyer, who on February 6, 2023, entered all the Discord server I was now a member of and doxed my real name for all to see, while also labeling me a gay Fortamite, no doubt in the spirit of so-called patristic rhetoric. I did not bring this up for any reason.
Kissing saints' relics, kissing the Jew wall. What do you mean? Are you trying to show a contradiction? There's not a contradiction. It's not the same theology.
Reason other than to ask you what a Fortamite meant, because people started calling me Fortamite over the past few days. Do you know what that is about?
It's a play on words for sodomite.
Oh, Fortamite.
CIA sodomite.
There is nothing going on behind those eyebrows.
Nothing.
Right, okay.
He's gonna fly away. Fly away, moth.
I don't get it, but okay. All right.
But that aside, like, who cares about some Discord gossip? I don't give a shit. Do we have something here that's going to link
That's right.
Jay Dyer at some?
Can you imagine Andrew? What is it? The head of detectives? I don't know. I don't know the titles, man. The captain. He's in his office, and David Wood comes in. Like, this would be a funny animation. David Wood comes in. He's the deputy, or he's one of the people working the investigation. His job is to bring Andrew, who's the head of the investigation, documents, evidence, anything. He brings him Discord memos and articles that people said stuff. Are you kidding me? Are you f***ing kidding me right now? You bring me Discord messages. Is that what we're doing now? What do I pay you for?
Some point to something.
Yeah, that's right here. So here we have, to put it bluntly, besides the ill treatment I've received, this was his explaining why he wanted nothing to do with the website or the Discord server. To put it bluntly, besides the ill treatment I've received from several affiliated with this site on another platform, I do not agree with the version of orthodoxy it pushes, a mixture of radical right-wing politics, sectarian ecclesiology.
You brought me a paragraph. Is that what you did? You brought me a paragraph.
Ideological frenzy and an evangelical fundy mindset transposed onto orthodoxy, presenting online cults of personality under the guise of traditionalism, and whose only use for theology is as a ballistics against the other. I do not believe the views continually expressed on this site are representative of the Orthodox hierarchy or the best theologians of
Thank you, Ken. Hard base for the lulz.
Our time, let alone the ancient fathers, nor is any serious theology being done or going to be done here. Consequently, I have no desire to have my name associated with this platform. So that was his resignation. What I was interested there was he's been...
Oh, wait, hang on. You said that this was going to be some kind of proof of tying in with Russia. That was not proof of any tying in with Russia.
Yeah, but it was a letter who somebody doesn't like Jay.
That's just some gossip, man, from some dude.
Are you saying that someone who thinks Jay's a meanie pants? Russia meanie pants. Jay Dyer meanie pants. Same pants.
Who got kicked out of a Discord? What are you talking about?
No. This all fits together like a perfect puzzle. Notice what he said here. The theology.
Wait,
he points out that the theology.
Puzzle? What?
What do you mean? It's pretty straightforward. Notice he said there the theology. The theology there, he's pointing out, is just a weapon to attack Protestants and Catholics. He's saying it's just a weapon. They only use the theology as a weapon.
Great. That's nice. Proof?
Yeah.
The proof?
Yeah.
The proof?
It is a weapon. Theology is a weapon. The truth is a weapon, David. The truth is a weapon, David.
Is what?
All right. So here's what we have.
Oh gosh.
1970s. Russia sends KGB spy infiltrate the churches. Okay.
Look at Andrew.
In the 80s.
I can't believe you work for me. Can't believe I actually thought you were going to bring the evidence for the murder. You're going to solve this. You're going to solve this case. This is what you got.
The union starts breaking down. They start planning.
Okay. It's 1970s. People are wearing bell bottoms. Russia has a lot of bells. Coincidence? I think not.
Trying to figure out how to repackage things and so on. They come up with this mixture of nationalism and orthodoxy. 90s.
That's not what that said. That it came up with a mixture of nationalism and ideology. It came up with an idea which...
Okay. 70s. Beatles start using sitar. Accident?
Would blend communism with other forms of ideology to repackage it for some kind of spiritualism, which, by the way, communists have done that many times throughout history.
Yeah, and then the communism part broke down, but those guys kept going forward.
And by the way, I didn't know this, of course, because I'm retarded, but Jay pointed out, well, it was Western intelligence. It was Western intelligence. If anything, you're going to point to Western intelligence that advocates and catalyzes this movement toward meanie pants orthodoxy in the West. I'm retarded.
Okay.
You have the same leaders. That guy.
Which guys?
He was leading. I can look it up. He was leading.
I could look it up.
The ministry of something until 2015 when someone else took over. You want me to look it up for you?
How does that connect anything? Dude, this is like David Wood has David Wood goes to his boss, the head investigator, Andrew Wilson. He's like, "Come to my office. I think I have something." He has sticky notes that aren't even the same color on the wall, and the strings are just draped down and sort of half glued to the wall. They're not connected properly. There's scribbled names and Orthodox imagery. A couple of Orthodox crosses over here. Some iconography scribbled on. And Andrew's all, I think it's time. I think it's time to give me your badge. I think it's time.
No, I'll just take your word.
Okay.
I'll just say that the same leadership is there. Okay, so 1975. I'm sorry, 1987.
That does.
80s,
these guys,
90s, all the way up to
all the way up
2015
to,
and so on.
let's just say all the way up to right this second. Same.
And you look at what they're saying. They've got put everything together. Their concerns are they don't want the Orthodox Church fracturing or fragmenting because they want Orthodox versus other. Except in some cases with like Dugan, where it may even be Orthodox and Islam versus Protestants and Catholics and everyone else.
Ecumenism is against our religion, right?
Yeah.
Ecumenism's against our religion, 100%. I agree. Okay.
Unless it's with Islam, then it's good.
No, it's still not good.
Okay.
And
So,
nobody,
good.
if you can
Don't
ever,
let Dugan have his way.
There's never been any ecumenism. Dugan didn't say there in that tweet that he wanted ecumenism with Islam. What he said is that it's really interesting, if you look philosophically, that there's a shared form of eschatology. But that's only in some bizarre philosophical sense. That is not, how the fuck did you get to the point where you're saying, wait a second, Andrew, according to Dugan, we want ecumenism. The Orthodox want ecumenism with Islam. What? That never happened.
Exactly.
You just made it up.
Hicks.
No, I don't even. I mean, there he's talking about like combining eschatologies and so on, and that the Orthodox eschatology lines up with the Islam. He did say that it lines up.
No, he didn't say combine them.
They both view things as
like. He
like.
didn't say combine them. He just said that there's an interesting notation in eschatology where it is the case that some of these patriarchs are visionaries.
Yeah, seriously, Shane. Like the history of Orthodox people dying or fighting against Islam for the majority of history. He's like, they're in cahoots. They're in cahoots.
Think that we would be on one side, Islam would be on another side. He pointed out an interesting philosophical thing. Neat. Okay. People who talk eschatology do the same thing in Protestantism and every other denomination. Gog and Magog, that's going to be China and Russia. I've heard it a million times from Protestant eschatologists, right? Whether it's true or not, I don't know, because it's mental masturbation. What I'm after here is how in the world, first of all, you just lied. You just said that Dugan said that he wanted ecumenism. He didn't actually say that. He didn't say that, not in the tweets you just showed.
You know, I'm using that in a loose sense where this guy does seem to.
You're using everything in a loose sense. Your entire theology is a loose sense. Your identity, roadshow apologetics, is a loose sense. Your entire thing, your shtick is a loose sense. That's all you have, dude. Look, this is actually reflective of his theology. I hope people see this. This is basically his criterion for his own broken, non-existent, churchless theology. It really is the same. It's just kind of piecing things together, right? That's it. It's totally loose. It's complete. He might as well be talking about Christianity at this point.
See things in terms of those guys over there versus
why is it that every time I catch you saying something that's completely false, it's suddenly I just meant it loosely? It's like, just mean what you say, dude.
Yeah.
The aligning eschatologies, the battle between Orthodoxy and Islam on one side and the Western forces and the Zionists on the other side.
Yeah, he said it's an interesting notation,
That's retarded. Okay, so if Islam and Orthodoxy lines up with against modernity, suddenly they're partners? No. How retarded is this? I mean, what kind of brain do you need to not see any nuance? Stalin liked peanut butter. I went to a Orthodox coffee hour and they had peanut butter.
Interesting footnote that in eschatology, the potentiality for X. Wow. It's a huge combination of him demanding that we have ecumenism.
So they don't view Islam as allies with your boy Putin? With your boy Putin kissing the Quran and stuff?
You just smuggled that in. He's my boy Putin now?
Well.
Is he?
Jay's boy.
Oh, Jay's boy Putin. Oh, okay.
If you condemn him, that's fine. But here's the idea. They keep saying all these things that we need to.
They really are. I think that's what happens when you go to Israel. You know, we're all looking at the wrong things when these people go to Israel and come back. We're looking at their bank accounts. We're looking at their narratives. We're looking at, their ideology changes. You need to look for their tiny, beady black eyes.
We need to divide up. We need to divide up America.
It's slightly like Owen Benjamin.
We need to divide up. We need to. They start talking like promoting the conspiracy theories, anything that's going to divide people along any sort of lines. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right when the Russian war is breaking out, we get this advance of the orthobros attacking in all directions at a time when you'd think that would be a really, really bad idea.
It's a conspiracy.
Orthodox to attack
We're working with
in
Russia.
all directions.
Yeah, hey, look, I get it. After all, I can make the loose affiliation that from 1987 until now, there's been an evil, malicious Russian plan in order to destabilize the United States. Wow, David, that is incredible. That's almost like, I don't know, every other country on Earth which exists who does the exact same thing. They thrive off destabilization in the American political system, not just Russia. Basically, all of them do. That's a great insight. How do we tie that into Orthobros, though? What's really, David you have some compelling stuff. A guy left to the Discord and was upsetty spaghetti about it once and still didn't actually make any.
It's not just any Discord.
The claims that you're making, interestingly enough. And then on top of that, let's look at your other very compelling evidence. It's actually excellent. Ecumenism. They're going for ecumenism. And then you give us an example where the guy didn't actually say anything about going for ecumenism.
And by the way, in the West especially, you're going to see a lot of friction as you would if you were following anything online about it, David would, that anti-ecumenist Orthodox bicker and fight against Orthodox people who culturally lean, and maybe even, wrongly lean theologically toward ecumenism or some form of perennialism or like just inclusivity, like, oh, can we make it all work? That's a trend that we have to watch for. So which one's working for Putin? And for what purpose? If you just took the Protestants out of it and took, even Jay Dyer out of it, you just look at two segments of people who are both Orthodox, they're both in communion with the true church, and groups of them are pushing ecumenism inside the church, inside of American culture, and the other is saying no. Which one works for who, David? It's so retarded. Like, it's like I'm like upset that he's this retarded. I feel slighted.
And then on top of all of that, you still haven't actually tied in at all how the fuck Jay is tied into any of this.
Oh yeah, I saw that, Pro Zilch. I thought about that.
I don't know. I don't know how you're missing this. If you have a bunch of Russian leaders over time saying, "Here's what we need," and we especially need this when the war's breaking out, and then you get this entire group jumping in there and doing exactly what they say they need.
What entire group is doing what?
Just a coincidence?
Just
what entire group is doing
your
what?
argument?
Attacking the West. The West is evil. The
What
West
group is doing
bad.
that?
Russia's the bastion
Who?
of morality. Got to
Who is
veer
doing
people
that?
towards the Russian Orthodox. Jay's not
Worst investigator ever.
doing that.
No.
Do we need to read this again?
You can, it doesn't, even what you read doesn't say he's doing that.
Jay Dyer, regular host of Alex Jones InfoWars, increasingly becoming a notable figure.
Look, dude, we read the silly email. All you're doing is saying, Andrew, do you know what's going on in my mind? Let's read my mind again. It's like, this is a madman. I visited Jesus' baptismal site in Jordan along the ruins of the ancient churches. There were no Jews, so I didn't get spit on. Nice. Forced to kiss the wall, and my eyes didn't become beady. That's funny.
In the right-wing, far-right online sphere, while also being perhaps the most popular, influential Orthodox online personality, caters to this online culture and his aesthetics, conduct, media, his presentation of orthodoxy also takes advantage of the U.S. culture wars. Culture wars. Plays upon the recent fascination.
This is a Yelp review, dude.
the right wing and far right with Russia as the bastion of moral values and Christian power.
Okay.
Russia, you don't say.
It should be
noted.
It should be noted. Hang on. It should be noted that Dyer and most of the clergy associated publicly with patristic faith are members of ROCOR. Members of ROCOR.
Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia.
A Russian Orthodox Church, which exists outside of Russia, with a patriarch outside of Russia, not under the authority of the Russian patriarch, David. On top of that, it's really interesting. What is the actual positions that you're critiquing here? What are they? What are the anti-American positions of myself or Jay Dyer? What? What are they, bro?
If Russia...
Brian, there is there's, I've been saying this, there's no more opposition. There's no more. Like, I don't know what it would be. I mean, absent a physical war, like that would be the new opposition, is like in physical space. But as far as like positions, no, there's no one left.
Russia were to say, I need 10 ninjas to go and attack D.C., and 10 ninjas suddenly go and attack D.C., you would seriously be saying, well, what's the connection? The ninjas didn't... You wouldn't see the connection? Here's what we need, and then it happens, and then you say, well, I don't see any connection there.
I don't even understand how you got to that from the question I just asked you. So I'm going to try again. In what world or universe?
It is sad.
What world or universe, David? Can you give me a critique of the anti-American positions of myself or Jay Dyer? What are they? What are the anti-American positions of myself or Jay?
See, this is actually where it could have gotten pretty nuanced and interesting, but David Wood is such a retard, and he didn't prepare for any of this, and he feels like, well, I'll just throw spaghetti on the wall, and when Andrew completely rips it apart, I'll just pretend I was doing a parody of the meanie Ortho Bros and showing that, well, by this standard, the Ortho Bros have no evidence either. That Avery, like, what is this weird simping for Avery? I don't understand this whole view. Like, this is like, this keeps coming up where it's like, but you guys with Avery... And I'm like, what is this weird attachment? Like, this is like the hill to die on is some, churchless Judaizer? I don't understand.
Jay Dyer, David.
Wait, Jay doesn't have a problem with America?
What?
Bro, that's asking a question, not answering one. What are the anti-American positions of Jay Dyer? What are they?
Hang on.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what America is.
Give me a few seconds. I'm not listening to a person. I'm listening to an alarm. Okay, it stopped. All right. Sorry, I have a son who has monitors hooked up to him. It beeps.
Okay, I understand.
If it stops, then that means someone.
We get it. It's you don't need to explain.
Someone else took care of it. Anyway, you and Jay Dyer.
You and Jay Dyer. He doesn't know what to say, man. He's so. I mean, he's without a paddle.
You're asking. Wait. So you guys aren't anti-American and pro-Russian?
What are the anti-American positions of Jay Dyer? Or Andrew Wilson?
If you're telling me Jay Dyer's pro-America, hey, that's good.
Why are you not answering this question? What are the anti-American positions of Jay Dyer or Andrew Wilson, David? What?
You're saying there are none.
Oh my God! This is why I don't understand. This is a question.
He's like a pull string doll. It's like Andrew has a pull string doll of David Wood, and he keeps asking him a question. He pulls the string. He's like, "So you're not." Wait, so you're saying you're not anti-American?
That I would like you to answer.
Uh-huh.
If Russia manipulating Orthobro Andrew Wilson, Orthodox. Jay Dyer, Orthodox. Lots of people in my chat, Orthodox. Many people in your chat, also Orthodox. I would expect that there would be some serious anti-American sentiment coming from these people, especially their leadership,
This is
like
worse than
Jay
Kelly.
Dyer.
Yeah,
So
that's
what
a
is
lot,
it?
man. He knows.
So
this is
you're
important.
not you don't have a problem with America,
Dude. How bad faith are you?
I'm asking you. I don't watch you guys
Then
Why are you
why
making the
would you
claim?
make the claim, David?
because it's not.
Look at him giggle, nervous giggle.
It's not based on that. It's based on what Russia is looking for, and you guys doing it.
Russia would have people here as a destabilizing force.
Right.
That would
That's what it's
require
based on. That's
that
what it's
would
based
require-
on. You
that
guys
would
aren't
require-
a destabilizing force?
That would require for us to have anti-American positions and want to move the country towards anti-American positions,
I don't
which
watch you guys.
are
I don't watch you guys. I don't.
You guys aren't destabilizing influence? I'm saying that's what it's based on.
Dude.
Let me say it. Let me say it.
Dude, look, he actually could have actually done something here. It takes a way more nuanced debate about this, but there's definitely something that he could grab onto, and I'm not trying to give him ideas. It's just that, like, I'm just trying to objectively look at this and say, if there's a trend that, and it doesn't have to be just from an Orthodox position, but if there's a trend away from Enlightenment philosophy, this idea of the Constitution, liberty above all things, things that I talk about that I think are problematic with America's identity, being that it can trace back to deism, Protestantism. Now, we could take what works or what we could baptize about some of the assumptions in the Founding Fathers' literature and say, okay, yeah, no, you guys were close, but actually the wholeness of that view is actually orthodox, and it doesn't actually follow that liberty and rights are the highest priority. This would take a more nuanced, smart debate for this kind of back and forth. It would be interesting, especially with someone like Andrew, who has to navigate between the political olive branches that are necessary for policymaking, but then the ultimate rejection of the worldview of those you're giving an olive branch to. That's not an easy task. I end up not doing it. I just go like, well, I don't care. I don't even want to give the olive branch, I'm not an accelerationist, but maybe I don't understand politics enough to make that work. I'm just like, you're not it. You're not it. You're not on my team. You're not on my team. You're not on my team. Oh, you said you like Jesus. You're still not on my team. Okay. But that's just me. But there's something here that he could never make the claim that Russia controls people who are oppositional to the classical liberal identity of America. But you could definitely make the argument that there's an orthodox position that ultimately will push against the classical liberal, individualistic, Enlightenment, crop dust fart that our country is founded on. But you still couldn't make the ultimate, in this case, the prompt. You couldn't really make the case. That's the best you can do.
Okay, differently. 1990s. I'm not sure I ever heard.
David,
hang on.
are you retarded, bro?
Yes,
I'm
I
like,
am.
actually, are you
I'm
retarded?
It's crazy, dude.
Like,
It's
listen
crazy.
closely to what I'm asking you.
It's crazy,
If there's
man.
a destabilizing force here of orthodoxy and orthodox leadership, which
Yeah.
want to destabilize and destroy America, they would be moving us towards anti-American positions, just like the communists did throughout the 60s and the 50s. What are those anti-American positions that we hold, David?
Oh, yeah, constantly blasting Protestants and Orthodox. And Catholics.
Oh, my God. Are you serious? Like, religious debates?
Skeptic Court says, yeah, he could have done something here for sure. This is all we got against 3% of the Christian population attacking the other 60% in this country that was founded by Protestants. Well, that's the point, Skeptic Court, is that the important thing from an Orthodox position is to get people away from their heresies. Get people. Ultimately, it's not a political movement. It could manifest politically. As Jay, I don't know if you guys read that tweet. That was a really good tweet by Jay. I reposted. I'll bring that up later. But yeah, if there's a small percent that's arguing, look, you guys are missing the mark. And by the way, Skeptic Horde, 60% of people who are Protestants, we don't hold them as Christians, only colloquially, for the sake of speaking with them in a meaningful way. But no, you guys are heterodox. I'm sorry. I know it hurts when you hear it. How can you say that? I feel very Christian. I don't care how you feel. You can't trace your ecclesiology or your theology back to Christ and the apostles. That's an important distinction. You know what I mean?
That's the anti-American position?
No. You've always had religious debates. Your guys' religious debates. For 20-some years, as a Christian, no one in the Orthodox Church ever said, hey, I need to accept the one true church. And
Electric Bike Jesus, Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant are three different religions. We agree there. We agree there.
So on. Now I hear it 50 times a day. Something happened, and it was all over the past 4 years.
How
right
in the
since
world
the Russian
would that
war
be
started.
anti-American? How is that anti-American? You have the Establishment Clause. It allows us to have those debates.
Yeah, you can have
literally
those debates.
inside of the Constitution.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dan. Yeah, the 60%, you can't even put them into the same cluster of people, for sure. Like, that's the argument from Orthodoxy, is like, not only is there a true church, a positive claim, but the oppositional claim is that what you're seeing with Protestantism and its fruits, you guys don't have saints. You go, what's the fruits of Orthodoxy? And you try to point to people who are aggressive online. Oh, this is the fruits of Orthodoxy. No, the fruits of Orthodoxy are the saints. And 2,000 years of holy tradition. That's the fruits of Orthodoxy. The fruits of Orthodoxy is in the face of arms and legs being torn from your body and people being beheaded. That Orthodoxy maintains and doesn't fall to Satan. Protestantism started with a rejection of the true church, so it already was fallen to begin with. There's no Protestant church can't fall to Satan. It can't, because it was never in good standing to begin with. I hate when people don't debate, but I think I would have respected DW more if he had just schizo posted and refused to elaborate. Well, that was his cop-out kind of, though. At the end of it, he gets torn to shreds at every point by Andrew, and then he cops out at the end. That was like actually worse. You know what? That was worse. That he did the cowardly, well, I'm just memeing. Enjoy the memberships, folks. Go to Divine Liturgy. Yes, thank you. Big 50 from Pro Zilch. I really appreciate that. Yes, go to Divine Liturgy. Thanks for the membership, Pro Zilch. Thank you. Oh, I miss it. 50. Thank you so much for that.
The idea was that each state initially could have their own religion. The Catholics had their own state religion, dude.
Yeah.
They had their own state with their own Catholic religion
Yes,
in it.
exactly.
How is this anti-American at all?
Do you think that's what's going on?
What?
Oh my goodness.
Bro.
Okay. Protestantism, bad, man. No foundation.
I missed that. 50 big memberships. Thank you so much, Pro. Missed that. Sorry, I was yelling at somebody. He could have used Andrew's force doctrine against him. No, force doctrine is irrelevant to the topic, first of all, but I'll read it anyway. Force doctrine against him, and pointed out that if there was a Christian persecution tomorrow, Protestants would defend Orthodox, but Orthodox would not defend Protestants. That's not true. That's a non sequitur, and it's a red herring, Skeptic Horde. That doesn't prove anything, and it's irrelevant to David Wood's position altogether here, which is Andrew Wilson and Ortho Bros and Jay Dyer are Russian spies. Irrelevant, dude. Completely irrelevant. It's like no offense, but you guys, it's like your brains can't properly categorize things. You know what I mean? Doesn't even follow. It doesn't even follow. You're saying, oh, if force doctrine was used against Orthodox, Protestants would be like, stop it. But if it was used against Protestants, how? By who? It's just totally, you're just imagining things in your head. I hate when people won't. Oh, I already saw that. Thanks.
One true church. Everyone's got to follow the one true church, or you're wrong. You can't be going and doing anything else. You have to just be debating the one true church. Everyone has to be in shambles about their.
How does that connect anybody to Russia, dude? You're retarded. Right there. That's the image of this conversation. I don't even want to call this a debate. I don't want to do the disservice to the world of debating and the tradition to say this is a debate. That's pretty much the image of the conversation, though, right there, isn't it? Perfect. Just perfect.
Church, you can't.
Are Mormons anti-American or Jehovah's Witnesses? Are they anti-American?
Totally, EO. That's why when people actually start doing this to David Wood in his own chat, using the Muslim dilemma format against him, he's going to lose it. His entire stance is gone.
That's not what we're talking about, man.
Yeah, answer the question. Are Mormons anti-American?
Not what we're talking about, dude.
What makes...
See, he's such a coward. Andrew just used an example. Using the same principle, Mormons would have to be anti-American if they argued for a true church. If anyone debated the true church.
It's them not anti-American. I don't get it.
If they were part of what Russia was calling for and then were sent to cause as much division as possible in the United States, then yes.
The thing you haven't demonstrated that any of these people have any affiliation with Russia whatsoever, and you can't name a single anti-American position they even hold.
Wait,
because you know
Jay,
what's really funny
Jay
here?
on RT.
Jay on RT.
Jay on RT. I was on RT.
Yeah, Andrew on CNN must be a progressive then. Must be a progressive if I went on CNN.
Russian state television, RT, the same one that was funding the Western influencers.
Would you go debate on Al Jazeera against a Muslim?
What was Jay arguing on?
You didn't hear it?
Would you go debate on Al Jazeera against a Muslim?
Oh, sure. Is that what?
Okay, great. Oh, great.
Is that what Jay was doing there? Was that what Jay was doing on there? He was debating. He was debating someone.
That's for you to make the claim. Stop asking questions, dude. This is like so low tier. Well, you tell me. You're the one making the claim, David. You coward.
He was probably giving his political positions.
David Wood is figuring these clowns out. You have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Figuring out what? You guys are so moronic. You actually think David Wood is doing anything right here. Like that's how cooked you guys are. He's figuring out what? He's literally asking cryptic questions and demanding that Andrew make his case for him. You guys don't do this? You're the one making the claim, dude.
Which ones of those political positions, or which ones of those positions are anti-American that he gave on RT? Can you give me one?
Let's see. The shows were...
The thing is, you could never levy this argument against Jay because, and this has been why Jay has been mostly free of being accused of some sort of dialectic where he has to be on one side or the other. Because every time he does his homework and he does a live stream, it's so nuanced, you can't put him on one ship. The only ship that there is orthodoxy. That's the point. Jay could do a whole stream that's seemingly anti-American, and it wouldn't mean that he's on some other side that wants to undermine America. It doesn't follow. That's the thing is you can't catch Jay in this kind of trap. He's too autistic and nuanced. And I mean that lovingly in a good way. But it's true. You can't catch him. He knows too much granular information. It's impossible to do it. But someone like David Wood, he's retarded and he has to do like generalities, and that's the only way he could actually work. So it doesn't work on people. Like nobody sees this and goes, Yeah, he has a point. This is why it's probably going to be funny to watch David Wood and then watch Candace Owens after this.
Evangelicals and Zionism.
David Wood is not an apologist. What's the name of his show? What are you talking about, Matthew? The fact that you have to come to this guy's defense just because you despise orthodoxy so much says more about you than anything. You guys have orthodox, what is it? Derangement syndrome. ODS. David is smart, but he's been in the trenches so long he mistakes mudslinging for apologetics. If salvation is really at stake, stop chasing slop and start confronting theology. He won't do it, though. I mean, maybe he will. You know, pray for David. Pray for David. Maybe he will confront it, because once you see orthodoxy, you'll see that all of the political stuff and the political false dialectics are lower tier. Yeah, they're useful in political debates and local stuff and, you know, national politics or whatever. But in the end, it's like you're gonna try to get people to convert to orthodoxy. But he has no one to convert people to. And so what do? Convert people to narratives. That's his church. He's the church of narratives. Convert people to narratives. Okay, you should just be a journalist then, David Wood. And the irony is that orthodoxy transcends narratives because it's participatory. But if all you have is narratives, and that's the only thing you're trying to sway in your audience is narratives, and you have no home, you have no ark, you have no truth, you have no church, you have no practice, you have no theology, you are in the church of narratives. The irony of being in the church of narratives is that you, sir, are participating in the thing you're accusing other people of doing, that they're just following suit, that they're just subject to propaganda. Of course that's your critique, because that's all you see. Your entire worldview is reduced to narrative versus narrative. There's no practice. There's no transcendent truth. There's no sacraments. There's no, living in humility. There's no fasting. You got nothing, man. It's sad. It's actually sad. Because there's a time, and it probably comes back, where I look at this guy and I hear this guy and I'm just like, someone give me a hammer. But then I'm like, oh man, this poor guy. He needs prayer. He's stuck. This is what it looks like to be spiritually stuck. Because then you grab onto just the narratives, just this stuff. It's terrible, man. There's no healing. If Dyer is a KGB spy, then David is LGBT spy. He's not even undercover, though. What receiving a PhD from a Jesuit-controlled Fordham uni does to a MFer. Yeah, for real, man.
Yeah.
The anti-Semitism trick. So that was the second show. So the first show was Evangelicals and Zionism.
So bad, man.
Yeah.
This is sad.
That sounds exactly like your buddy Dugan there. We got
it's not sad. 1,100 people. Wow. Thank you, Andrew, for talking to this guy, and thank you, David Wood, for being a public retard for all of us. Give us a like.
Muslims and Orthodox on one side, Evangelicals and Zionism on the other. Then we got the anti-Semitism trick.
Wait, hang on.
And then Orthodoxy and the state.
This is an association fallacy again.
That's
this is
funny.
crazy. So, do you agree with me that there's lots and lots and lots of atheists right now who aren't very happy with Zionists?
Yeah, sure.
What makes that anti or un-American? What?
Well, if they're being stirred up and incited and led by Russians who are trying, I mean, my goodness, we've got it right in the writings from the plans in the 1990s saying destabilize, deceive, divide, anything that could split people, keep pushing that.
And if let me ask you a question.
So Christ divides, like splitting. And Andrew gets to it here, but it's like this reasoning is so retarded This is unity This is like unity politics, unity theology. He's basically saying division is bad.
I'm very divisionary with the positions that I have when it comes to beating the shit out of progressive leftists verbally, and I've been doing it for years.
Right.
I'm very, very divisionary.
That's very American.
What about that is un-American?
Very American.
That's totally American, unless you're doing it for Russia.
Great. Now you can show me that Jay Dyer's doing it for Russia.
Oh, well, I mean...
It's happening in my head. What the... Andrew Wilson asked me to give evidence.
You are the one.
I'm surprised he didn't do the voice, actually.
One.
Uh-oh, hold on. Vagine has something to say.
I've been interested in Neo for a while now, and my extended family likes to try to debate me about it. I'm not a catechumen yet, and every time this happens, I feel unqualified to talk about it.
Sure.
Should I just tell them I won't talk about it? I've invited them to liturgy, but they won't go.
That's okay. Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. Yeah, don't debate it. Talk to your priest. Your priest will probably say the same thing. Don't debate. Just keep going orthodoxy and start living the life of orthodoxy, and be loving with your parents. And if your family brings it up, you could tell them that you're not prepared, or for the things you are prepared to answer to, you can do that as well. But that's what I've found is, like, I'm the only Orthodox person in my direct family. And so do I spend the time trying to defend it or attack their positions? No. Become, exemplify the spirit of peace, and you'll convert thousands.
Who said it's completely reasonable to conclude if someone doesn't argue for his church as the true church, to conclude that he's trying to spread.
Learn to chant, and when your parents are like, I just don't, you guys are really weird with your paintings and just start chanting at them. Okay?
The net as wide as possible for donations. You're the one who said it would be reasonable to conclude that he's a grifter, even though it's not what you were saying. Even though it's not what you were saying.
First of all, that's not what I said.
It is reasonable to conclude that the person is a grifter. That's
not what I said, and that's just meta shit. So do you have any evidence at all that, no, those weren't my words. You're paraphrasing, you got it wrong. But what?
I believe Prots will eventually, well, they do, right? They already do. They end up doing that, right? They turn into Unitarians, or just as bad, they start holding that the Bible itself is God. We're seeing it already. That's why fruit scroll-ups are so popular. Studying DW engaged at all with Andrew, he's in a position where he doesn't realize how bad his thinking really is. Yeah, that's why I don't think... It's easy to call him a retard, but this is why you can't separate the examination of the intellect and the examination of the spirit, because, like, from an Orthodox view, you won't be able to see much if you're that spiritually deluded. If you think it's okay to send people to a synagogue and you call that good apologetics, I mean, imagine the other takes that you'll agree with. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
what's your position?
Hang on. Let's just
think I recall
David,
you saying
let's
that.
just grant it. Let's just grant it even.
Okay.
Let's just grant it. Great. Okay, yeah. Andrew Wilson, what a tard that guy is. Anyway, your evidence that Jay Dyer works directly with Russia, or even if is affiliated in any way with anybody from Russia? Anything, David?
No.
Do you have a damn thing, David? One thing?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Giggle,
Do the math.
Nervous giggle.
Again, here's the plan for destabilizing America. Jay goes and does exactly that. And
that's still a non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Okay, Russia wants to destabilize America. Therefore, Antifa defunding the police and the structure for our enforcement gets weakened. Therefore, Antifa works directly for Russia.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
And he's Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia.
He destabilizes
he
America.
pushes everything towards the Russian Orthodox Church and away from the Orthodox Church in America.
What? He's
Anyway,
So to get
totally incoherent.
so hang on, I just want to make sure that I got your actual position correct. Your position here is that Jay Dyer must, in fact, work or be affiliated with Russia in some way, because documents which you uncovered through Google showed you that Russians going all the way back to, well, probably since the turn of the century, really, if we're being honest, have plans to destabilize America, and Jay Dyer's rhetoric is a destabilizing force in America. Is that really what your position is, David?
no, my actual position is if it's reasonable for someone to say this guy isn't.
Vagine, what do you have to say?
David Wood lives online, so to him, orthodoxy exists only online. He has no understanding of orthodoxy lived through liturgy, the
That's right.
sacraments or daily life of dying to ourselves.
That's right.
He only knows of internet edgelord orthodoxy. Go to liturgy, David.
That's right, David. Go to liturgy. And that goes for anyone else who's trying to criticize orthodoxy or trying to examine orthodoxy from the online sphere, including whether you think Orthodox people are somehow under the thumb or at the strings, the marionette strings of Putin or someone else. It's like you're not really fully examining what orthodoxy is at all.
Demanding that people go to his church as the true church. Therefore, he's a grifter. If you can make that conclusion, when there can be all sorts of other explanations, if that is a completely reasonable conclusion to draw, then I think there's way better evidence that Jay is with Russia.
See, he knows what he's doing here. David knows in his cowardly senses, he knows what he just did there, which is why Andrew's headbutting his microphone. His whole entire thing now is a reversal. This is the beginning of the cop out right here. You're seeing it, and he knows it. Look at his eyes. He's like embarrassed by it, slightly. So I know he calls himself a sociopath, but he does have a feeling of, wow, I really am full of shit. Right here. That's the face of, you know what? I am. Yes, I am doing this. I'm doing the thing right now. I'm doing exactly what it sounds like. I'm doing a complete reversal of my position, and instead I'm now going to pretend that I'm just doing a demonstration. This whole thing about accusing Jay and you being under the power of Putin and Russia to destabilize America, I don't actually really believe it. I don't actually affirm it. I'm actually not defending. What I'm defending is there's just as, if we're going off Avery, it's like, dude, are you housing Avery in your house or something? Like, this is so weird. The level of focus on the Avery thing for you to do a full conversation with Andrew to the extent of making a massive public claim about Jay and Andrew, massive. And it's just for a song and dance to what? For what? What the hell, bro? Orthodox Christians want everyone to convert to one church, which is the proof that they want to divide everyone. It's crazy.
Did you think it was a reasonable conclusion to draw?
Oh, no, of course not.
Okay, great. So let's use that logic then and now draw the actual conclusion that you want here.
Okay.
Without using that inference that you already think is bad. So let's start with that. What evidence you have Jay Dyer's in any way
So
affiliated
bad.
with anybody from Russia or with anything Russian? What? What is it?
Just that he's doing exactly what Russia said they wanted. And it all happens.
And so is
when there's
China.
All that happens, all of a sudden it happens right when Russia has a war. And then it's, hey, Orthodox of the world.
Why does Andrew Wilson bother with the empty-headed? I mean, he's good at it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like It's like if these low-tier people are fast food and Andrew likes fast food, it's kind of like fast food, but people, you know? And it's entertaining. I mean, I would say it's entertaining. It's exhausting, but Andrew has the callus for it. You know, he has the muscle, the built, whatever that muscle is, to deal with pure retardation perpetually.
World. Hey,
you know, I have some ability to do it. It's like 1 hour at a time, 2 hours at a time.
Orthodox. No, hang on.
I think Andrew wakes up and he's like, you know what? I want to talk to a retard today. You know, no one else is going to do it. I'm going to do the job. I'm going to talk to a retard. I'm going to talk to 50 retards. That's right. I'm going to talk to 50
Orthodox of the world unite because people are taking different sides on the
there's no one left, Breyer. There's no one left.
War in Ukraine. So the Orthodox Church is being divided, and all of a sudden, hey, let's all of us Orthodox unite against the Protestants and the Catholics and destabilize everything.
Okay, so how would the same thing not be true of like Zion?
Yeah, what the hell, man?
I think what drove Sam Shamoon crazy after 14 years of conversations just like this.
Yeah. See, I would argue that America, this is a different debate, but America in some ways is already destabilized or heading toward a worse scenario because of its absent identity, because of its absent unity in theology, because of its individualism at the core. Now, that's a whole other thing. So it's like, you might say in a sense that, no, orthodoxy would actually stabilize America if you're under the assumption that it's already moving toward a wobbly condition, which I think it is. I think it's a bit wobbly. It's a bit frightening. It doesn't mean you destroy what exists. Like, that's a different argument. Destroy and build from the ground up, you know, accelerationism. No, but to say that, like, it's on wobbly stilts, I think is pretty accurate to say it's on wobbly stilts.
In Israel, who basically, the second there's a war, right? They start creating divisionary lines when it comes to religion between them and Muslims, which seems totally accurate and fair to me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Speaking of wobbly, 2 out of 10 on this goal, 1,200 people in the chat. No excuses. Pay your taxes.
Right. Here you have two Orthodox nations which are fighting with each other. Of course, the Orthodox Church and Orthodox people are going to have opinions about that. I don't understand, though, how we get to the conclusion that Jay is in any way involved with Russia, David. How do we get there? All you've said here is, well, Russia planned to destabilize the United States, and Jay Dyer is a destabilizing force. Therefore, Jay Dyer must be working with Russia. Is that right?
Not just destabilizing. It's the all the Orthodox unite against the enemy. That
Christian Orthodoxy isn't unified. No, that's not. That doesn't follow. If there's schism, if there's heresy, that's like saying, well, Orthodoxy is not unified with heresy. So no, that's not true. The fact that there's heresy, the fact that there's schisms mean that there's a unified church. Schisms and heresies necessitate that there's one true church. It's the opposite. You can't say, look, the true church isn't unified with heresy. See, it's not unified. No, of course it's not. You're going to say the Orthodox Church would be unified if they just abandon the results of every council? Oh, look, Orthodoxy, the true church is against iconoclasts, people destroying iconography. They're not unified, see? No, that doesn't follow.
That's kind of the idea.
Who's the enemy?
It's the Orthodox versus everyone else.
It's always been the Orthodox against everyone else. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
When were you guys like this, attacking in all directions? I understand.
What is this argument?
And
all of church history. All of church history, David Wood, you should probably read. When is it? When were you guys like this? I'm sorry.
Avery is the one hooked up to David's alarm system.
Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. Late, but funny. Sorry, I'm checking on Avery, who's in the other room. When were we like this? When was orthodoxy attacking falsities in every direction? Are you kidding me? Are you a jokester right now? You think David would actually believe the Russia stuff? No. He's backing out. No, he just doesn't care. He's exemplifying how he is in every stance. He just doesn't know. He's just like he'll stand on a fence and jump off the fence. He'll get on the fence, he'll jump off the fence. He'll stand on one side of the fence, he'll jump on the other side of the fence. It's all up in the air. This is what it looks like when you talk to someone who is not rooted in Christ, who's not rooted in the church. There's no stability. If Russia wanted to destabilize America, they would push pluralism. They would push more ideology that's not rooted in anything. They would push more of what it is to be American right now, actually. Pluralism. Always enjoy the streams when I can watch them. Cheers, and here's some tax. Thank you for paying your taxes, unlike everyone else who's not. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it.
Congrats on the live viewers,
Thank
Jim
you.
Bob.
Thank
You know,
you.
you had
Fire
debates
emoji.
in the past and
I
stuff.
finally
Fire
made
emoji.
it. I
Man
finally
walking
made it.
emoji.
Yep, I made it. I don't have to worry about anything anymore.
Always
Again,
been
decades,
like that.
decades, I never heard it. All of a sudden, Russian war.
Yeah, no, before the
Blows up.
Russian
All of a
War,
sudden,
Orthodoxy was growing like a weed long before the Russian War. In fact, my inquiry started before the Russian
right
conflict
there.
did. My
That's the truth of it right there,
inquiry into Orthodoxy started before
Right
the
there.
Russian conflict. In
Wait,
fact, I
you saw
remember
the spike.
when
You
that
saw the spike.
I
You-
remember
you know
when
there's a
that
spike.
broke out.
You know there's a spike in like
Yeah, there's a
the
spike.
people.
Yeah, but that's
Of course there's a spike because we're looking at the fruits of Protestantism, dude. You are one fruit. You are one fruit of Protestantism. Of course people are moving to orthodoxy. Are you this dull? Do you understand what's happening? The broken, the rotten fruits of the Enlightenment. The rotten fruits, people are seeing it. Now they're accurately seeing it. The people who are a little bit smarter or better discernment are moving toward orthodoxy, but there's still an overcorrection. People move toward Islam. People move toward Catholicism as a reaction to the flawed Enlightenment fart that we're in. Is he really this low tier? I mean, does he look at the trends in America or geopolitical trends or cultural trends, net balance across the world, and just deduce it? He just reduces it to what? There must be a guy working with strings. It couldn't be the case, David Wood, that people are moving to orthodoxy because, I don't know, first and foremost, it's true. No wonder you don't want to debate the true church, because if you were to debate the true church, then you couldn't make up all of this crap about people moving toward orthodoxy. I mean, it's just a joke, man. Where's my hammer? Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Thank you, Vagine, for giving basically your entire family savings from India. Unbelievable. More like a fruit cup. Well, why are people moving to orthodoxy then?
Again, that's an associative fallacy. You
So
think
stupid.
Are you saying that you think there's a spike in orthodoxy because of the Russian war? That's the cause of it?
I don't know what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying
No, yeah,
there's
'cause
a
that would be
coordinated
stupid.
coordinated campaign to be pushing this.
There's a coordinated campaign to convert people to the true church. Whoa!
Over the weekend, we had a little birthday party for my nephew, and my brother's church friends were there, and they were companion about orthodoxy for about 30 minutes, and my brother was just like my brother John is orthodox. Then they apologized to me and said hope we didn't offend you. I just laughed and told him heterodox tears do not offend me. They probably thinks I'm a douchebag now, but oh well. Tako suni pinat subata o avaseru nogasu kinakoto mo aremasu. John
Don't.
Monday.
Thank you, John, but don't speak that Hindi gibberish in my chat.
Stuff, and there are people who fall for it.
Great, that's fantastic.
And I'm not talking about people
me?
falling for I'm not talking about people falling for orthodoxy or something like that. I'm talking about
Here
this.
we go.
Hey, everyone else is weak. This is the masculine church. We'll show you how to be masculine. And the way to be masculine just happens to be do exactly what Putin wants you to do.
What? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. DW, I stubbed my toe and then it rained that day. It must rain every time I stub my toe. Yeah, exactly. It's affirming the consequent. It's exactly his entire system of thinking is exactly that fallacy.
Which is what? How is it that the Orthodox Church teaches you to be masculine through doing what Putin wants you to do? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah.
Well, you go and attack all the Catholics and the Protestants and so on, and
are they attacking them on their masculinity?
What the fuck?
What?
What are you, dude? Are you retarded?
Are they attacking them on their masculinity? What are you talking about?
They're not attacking them based on their masculinity?
Yeah, when? Where are they attacking them?
It was your claim. This guy he's like an actual retarded person. They're attacking him on their masculinity. Andrew, where? They're not attacking them on their masculinity?
On masculinity.
Everyone who disagrees with them isn't gay and a female body part and so on?
Bro, that's everybody online who disagrees with everybody.
Just an online thing.
Gay,
just
female.
An online thing.
David, are you seriously going to tell me? Are you going to sit here with a straight face and tell me that literally everybody online has a disagreement with somebody else isn't going to call them a gay retard? Are you really going to tell me that?
American C-3PO is funny. Like if there was like a dude C-3PO and not the one who was like, Luke, oh no. Oh no! Putin's trying to control the U.S.
Just the gay retard.
Are you going to sit here, look me in the eyes and tell me another lie, David?
Andrew, look at the articles coming out. New York Times, everyone else. It's all.
Look at the articles.
This church in the West is too effeminate, so I have to go to a manly church.
Good. The church in the West is too effeminate. Yes.
Okay, there 100%. You have it. The church is effeminate.
Good.
Yes, yeah, the Western churches are very effeminate. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know how I can prove that?
Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing, David? Oh my gosh. Is having a good voice and no brain really get you this far? Well, no, it's not just that, Kung Fu. It's like his work against Islam. I don't take it away. Like, levying the Islamic dilemma and setting all of these, Islamicists off is valuable, but the thing is, it's like that's our critique, is you can only take that so far, and he's taken it this far, Kung Fu, and this is the end of it. This is what the end of it looks like. Instead of just submitting, repenting, David Wood, and becoming orthodox, instead of actually dealing with the problem of churchless apologetics. Look, when we call you out, you guys, for churchless apologetics, we're saying, I love you. Do you understand that? For anyone in this sphere, right, who's like, why are Orthodox people getting so aggressive with the true church argument? Because we love you. It's not because Putin is controlling us. It's because we wholly believe that Orthodoxy is the true church, and we wholly believe that you are not arguing for any true church, and that's a danger. That's a spiritual danger. The only way you're going to deal with it, you're either going to deal with it and confront it, or you're going to cope and say, well, it must be control, it must be this, it must be that, right? It can't be that people actually love me and say, you're in grave danger, you're not actually on the path, you're not a part of his true church. We see that as a problem. You're like, no, you're just mean. No.
To you.
The solution is
do you want me to prove that to you?
The solution is to go to a manly church like the Orthodox Church, which teaches true masculinity. And in order to be masculine, we just have to do what Putin wants.
You want it? Okay, so that's where...
You're such a retard, David. Orthodox people are not saying Orthodox is the true church and it's true because it's masculine. You actually could do a pretty interesting metaphysics debate on that, where that could be actually true. But that's not the reason people are converting to
America
orthodoxy
was founded
alone.
on this idea of
Stupid,
destabilization. It nearly destroys itself every 4 to 8 years,
It is.
depending on the president
Yeah.
and how far it wants
Yeah.
to push things.
It's a seesaw.
We are reaching its zenith with Trump
It
giving
is.
me my visa.
It is. It's like a seesaw. Who's in power? You're in power. You're in power. You're in power. You're in power. Oh, you built up something good. Cool. We're gonna destroy it. It's basically a mandala. You know the mandalas? You make sand, right? These people make sand with their feet and whatever. They're little. After they're done cutting chicken or whatever. Actually, that might be Buddhist. Never mind. You make the mandala and then you wreck it after. That's basically the U.S. system. And the right wing retards are like the Ben Shapiro's are like that's the beauty of it. You can work really hard between 4 and 8 years to craft a really nice system that reflects your values and your philosophy and your theology. And then the beauty about it is that the founding fathers knew that that's really scary. And so every 4 to 8 years, you actually reverse all the work you did. I mean, it's pure genius. It's like a perpetual, the U.S. system is like a perpetual debate. It could be this way, it could be that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I love about it. It's actually like Talmudic in practice. It's quite fascinating. It's like, yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Do you think Andrew will debate? Andrew will pretty much debate anybody. Andrew will still debate someone who has like 50 followers on YouTube. Artha bros.
Where we have the disconnect. So we were almost in some agreement there. You're right that Western Protestant churches have become very feminized. You want me to prove it to you? All you have to do is look at the male to female ratio.
Yeah, everyone
Far more
gets the
females
term.
than males. Same thing in the Catholic Church. The Orthodox Church is reverse. You have more males than you have females. The Orthodox Church focuses on patriarchy, right? Like the Catholic Church used to do. So yeah, I do think that there's a femininity issue in the church. But I think
It is kind of ironic that Catholicism has a papal authority that is seated by a man, and their theology and practice is super, at this point, super feminine.
tons of Protestants would agree with me. In fact, I was in a Twitter space the other night, and there was a ton of, including JP and
That's right.
others,
That's
who
right,
were
Mr.
agreeing
Simpich.
with me that that's an issue inside of Protestant churches. But how do we get to that next part, David? The next part where they're doing everything
the next part
Putin
where
wants.
you need to
Faster and gayer.
go orthodox.
I know. I'm too relaxed to speak that fast. And honestly, I'll just admit it. My brain might not have the capacity to speak that fast.
So on.
Yeah,
That's the solution.
Well, how would that?
It's not.
I don't-
The
I don't- I
solution.
still don't-
The solution
hang on.
isn't, hey, quit being a weakling. The solution is go to the Orthodox Church.
And is going to the Orthodox Church.
How's it feminism? A perennialism. It's grounded now. It's pushing toward egalitarianism and inclusivity. That's feminine. That's how it's feminine. And I didn't prove Wood's point. Wood doesn't have a point, you retard. Well, how am I literally proving his point? I'm saying that the Christianity, in the way that it would be masculine, is a reflection of its ecclesiology and church structure, and that the church structure and the metaphysics of orthodoxy would in fact be masculine, but it also includes the feminine. But the thing is, that doesn't prove his point at all. It's feminine because of its perennialism. It's feminine because of its policies. It's feminine in the way it operates. It's basically like a woman who's like, oh no, we need to include everybody. Everybody's included. Come on, you can come here. That's okay, Pachi Mama. Pachi Mama. Okay, Pachi. Oh, who's that? Pachi Mama? That's okay. You can do that in our cathedral. Go ahead. Do it. Do the Pachi Mama dance. That's okay. That's a Lion King liturgy? Okay.
Doing what Putin wants.
Yeah, because when you go to the
So then
Orthodox Church, there aren't
everybody
enough. You go to the, I mean, my goodness, this is what keeps coming up with the Orthobros. You end up going online and you end up becoming part of the Orthobro movement. And they
So
steer
then
you
actually-
towards
It actually was entertaining.
Russia.
It was.
When? Where?
How many times do we need to read this?
Yeah, that's some guy from Discord, dude. That's not evidence of nothing. And on top of that, let's point out a couple of things.
Wait,
here
a
that
guy who was a mod and an author for Patricia.
A mod. Andrew, it was a mod.
Faith,
Wow.
And eventually concludes.
Dude.
people who are mad at each other talk shit. Oh my God. I'm so stunned.
We're not talking about
David.
that. We're talking to who he gets to the point where they're
true.
not actually
That's
in
true,
this for the
Hoodly
theology. They're in this for something else. They're in this
Yes,
to
that
attack
guy-
other positions.
That
Okay.
guy's
Yep.
mad.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so he's talking shit, and people are talking shit about him. That's how that works.
But it's exactly what I see, though, right? I mean,
What? Where do you see it?
90
You haven't tied any of this together at all. It's just loose nonsense.
99% of what I see from the Orthobros are just insults of one variety or another.
Who cares? Let's say it's true. Who cares? And
Never,
So what?
Never.
That
Here's
has
what our
nothing to do
theology
with
is.
Russia?
I
So
learned
what?
more.
here's our theology. We have an entire Discord server strictly about theology. No insults, just theology. What are you talking about?
I learned more from a 5-minute discussion with a priest in California about orthodoxy than I've ever learned from any of the Orthobros up until
I
recently when I
don't
started having a couple
give
conversations.
a fuck. It has nothing to do with anything, David. Where can you tie this in to Russia is running the show for the Ortho Bros? Because you keep saying the Ortho Bros doing everything Russia wants, but then when I say, what's that? It's, well, they're moving people to the Orthodox Church. By that logic, David, that would mean that anybody who moves people to the Orthodox Church is doing the bidding of Russia. Is that what you're saying? That just
No.
the mere act of joining the Orthodox Church means that you're aiding Russia?
No.
Okay,
then
well
what's-
then make this logically make sense to me. If Jay Dyer moves people into the Orthodox
That's
Church,
all it is. That's all
right?
it is.
Russian Orthodox.
They're moving in, right? No, not just the Russian Orthodox. He
No,
moves them
dude.
into
What are you
ROCOR. He
talking
moves them
about?
into the OCA. He's spoken highly of the OCA in the past and said, that's fine, right? He said it multiple times. So what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's not just moving them into some Russian church. What do you mean?
Here's what I mean.
Here's what I mean. I'm going to change my standard one more time.
I can't talk to a Muslim now without some Orthobro jumping in there and saying, what church you bringing them to? Wrong church.
Is that valid? And so, okay, so good theology, holding you to good theology means I work for Putin? I mean, the levels of retardation. You guys are like, you guys are always criticizing Andrew for debating OnlyFans hoes or whatever. It's like, honestly, I think there may have been some smarter hoes on whatever. Honestly, I'm not even being like hyperbolic here. I think there were some smarter hoes. Like, who's the chick with the giant glasses, the Indian chick? She might understand this reasoning, the flaw in this reasoning. I'm blown away.
It's become a constant distraction to paralyze everything that's going on anywhere else. Protestants, Catholics, everyone else.
You sound like a paranoid schizophrenic lunatic, dude.
I
Oh
know.
my God. Orthodox people, well, they'll jump in and say that my theology is wrong, and that makes me matty. It makes me upsetty spaghetti when they do that. So Russia, right? You sound like a fucking Democrat, David. The Russians came in. The Russians came in and they manipulated our elections. You literally sound like a whining bitch, dude. Oh my God, the Ortho Bros are mean. upstate. They
who sounds like a Democrat? Look at this. We've got the President of the United States, Barack Obama. Governor Romney, I'm glad you recognize that Al-Qaeda is a threat. Because a few months ago, when you were asked what's the biggest geopolitical threat facing America, you said Russia, not Al-Qaeda. You said Russia. And the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy.
Yeah, they think the Orthodox people are their secret agent pastors.
Back. Because the Cold War has been over for 20 years. Who do you have here? You have the king of all the Democrats saying it's stupid to think.
David Wood, what's more destabilizing to a people than pluralization of their ideology? Honestly. And what's a better reflection or apparatus for pluralization of theology than Protestantism? Another question he would never ask. He would never answer, ever.
Russia's the threat. There are so many other threats. That time has passed. So you're sounding just like Barack Obama.
Oh, you're right. Except that, that was like 20 fucking years ago. Can we talk about Hillary Clinton, bro?
Okay, so you're like Barack Obama.
What about Hillary Clinton?
So you're like Hillary
Clinton. You're like Hillary Clinton 10
like
years
Barack.
ago.
Hillary Clinton.
You're like Hillary Clinton. You're like Clinton.
Obama.
Yeah,
You're
David
like Obama.
Clinton. David Clinton.
You're like Obama.
Comrade.
Okay, got it.
Andrew Obama.
You sound like a Democrat, bro. You're literally blaming all of orthodoxy, Ortho Bros Online, saying they're part of. You're saying they're part of a Russian conspiracy that you can't demonstrate.
Yeah, that they don't. Most of them don't know about.
You can't show a single tie.
They're just following their leaders.
You can't show a single tie to any of the quote Orthodox online leadership to Russia at all. And all you've done is say, it distracts me from my work when they come in. It makes me upset and distracts me from my work, and that's destabilizing to the nation. I want to tell you a couple things. First of all, nobody in the nation knows who the fuck you are. So if Ortho Bros are messing with you, okay, or whatever.
But you said no one in the nation?
That's not destabilizing the nation. That's not destabilizing the nation.
Oh, I'm not really talking about that. I'm just saying you guys are doing that to everybody.
Doing what to everybody?
Who's everybody? They make fun of you sometimes on the internet, bro. That's
I don't
it.
care if people make fun of me. I'm talking about we can no longer do evangelism or anything else.
You know what he should do? He should add, it would be funny if David Wood added those little curls onto his headphones. He should.
Without Ortho Bros jumping in there. No one else is jumping in
there.
Even people who think we have the wrong church and so on.
Yeah, so you're upsetty spaghetti because the Orthodox are hindering your Protestant evangelical mission.
Good.
David.
Among all the other things they're doing.
So Russia, it's actually secretly Russia who is destabilizing. Russia is targeting you guys and destabilizing
Russia's
this by
definitely
using the
targeting
Ortho
and
Bros.
trying to destabilize. We know that. Are you denying that? You're denying Russia.
I'm denying
I know you're
100%.
denying the connection. I know you're denying the connection, but you don't think Russia is trying to destabilize and so on?
I think Russia's been trying.
If Russia wanted to destabilize America, they would push Protestantism, dude, not Orthodoxy. You dummy. They would push perennialism. They would push gay stuff. They would push all the stuff that your Protestant churches have. They would push people away from a unified view. Orthodoxy tries to pull people into a unified view. We reject the pluralism. We reject ecumenism. We reject this idea that individualism and liberty above all is the best thing ever. What are you talking about, man?
To be a destabilizing force against the United States since the 50s.
How would you identify? So there are times they're caught. They put, they send money here or they have a spy here and the spy gets caught. Do you think everyone gets caught?
You're going to push, to destabilization of America, you appeal to the 3% of Americans? Are you retarded?
Or there are some people who are doing it and you don't have, let's say, the paperwork for it. How would you identify someone? How would you identify? Because the way I were to do it, if I wanted to, would be I would say, okay, what are they saying they want?
Yeah, this is the real part, and this is what really got him weirded out, is when this all flipped on him and said, Andrew was like, well, let's look at the evidence that you're controlled or people like you are controlled. He didn't even get into the large plethora of fake Christians who love Zionism, who love dispensationalism, who love this broken view that Israel, the nation state, is the Israel mentioned in Genesis. Talk about destabilizing Christianity. Forget America. Trying to destabilize someone who calls himself a Christian. Just sell them David Wood's theology.
And who's doing?
And that's, by the way, that's when it really got weird for David Wood, because he knew he was screwed. That's when he really bailed. That's when he really bailed on this. If you watch it, is like he got pressed on this, and he was just like, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. This is all about Avery.
Doing exactly what they say they want.
Well, let me tell you how this actually works in real time, having studied politics for my entire life. What happens when you have, foreign actors who are coming in? What they usually do is they try to attach themselves to some sort of political arm. Okay, that's usually what they do, and that's usually at the politician level, not at the streamer level. It's not to say that streamers haven't been influenced; they have. It's just that you want to spend your money, like these are highly expensive operations. You're going to spend your money where you get the most amount of influence.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Stop, David. Hang on.
Okay.
Let me finish.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, hasn't that
You're going to
changed?
spend it. You're going to spend it where you get the most amount
Lost
of
in the
influence.
woods.
It has and it hasn't. There's still mostly
On what? On
running
a politician?
Right in the wood chipper.
Like, what do you mean? Where would that money go?
They're
Where would you
still
send it?
running most of their espionage at the higher political levels, yes. Now, that it is true that that's probably picked up with streaming, just like it picked up with news networks, right? There's always going to be foreign actors who do this. That's 100% correct. But you have not identified any foreign actor connection with any Orthodox streamer, not one. And when you say,
Right.
don't you think that we should be able to at least identify some? I can even grant that position. Okay, how about just one?
So the Russians say, "Here's what
Can you
we
give me
want,"
one?
and
Can you,
See, it's just back to this retardation, the affirming the consequence. Russia likes ice cream. There's more ice cream in America. Russia has been pushing for ice cream. I saw a post where Jay Dyer liked ice cream.
give me one,
one what?
one, who you say and claim will be willing to claim publicly is
retarded,
working with Russia or
So
working
crazy, bro.
with Russian interest. Can you just give me one fucking name, dude? One.
Oh, Jay Dyer.
Okay, so your public accusation is that Jay Dyer works with Russia in order to destabilize the United States, correct?
Bingo.
Oh, see, that's when Andrew knew. What did I say? He's going to pull this stuff. I said it weeks ago. I said, okay, he affirmed he's going to debate Jay Dyer on 2 different topics. And I said, at least one of the topics. Now I'm thinking both. He's going to do a meme. He's going to do this crap where he affirms this stuff, he argues for it, and then when he's pressed, he memes out of it. I'm just joking, guys. And this was the beginning. I saw this live, and I go, Andrew saw it immediately. The audience saw it immediately. The moment he said bingo, he's doing the rhetoric, he's doing a lore callback, but it's his way out. That's the beginning of he's like a mole. He figured out a way underground, a new tunnel away from where he is. David and Zilk are employing their conspiracies against orthodoxy akin to what they did to anti-Zionists who disagreed with. Yeah, it's the same crap, man.
Okay, so you want to try to troll your way out of your claim?
Yep.
No, that's what.
Is that it?
That is my claim.
Is that your actual claim? Okay, great.
Bingo.
Now let's.
Andrew, Jim Bob and Andrew have ever called out the U.S. transhumanist political party? Transhumanism, I talk about transhumanism a fair amount. Transhumanism is a philosophy that needs to be pushed against, but it needs to be pushed against from an orthodox perspective because it includes metaphysics about what it means to be human. So I'm not sure what your arguing is. Who cares about the political party of transhumanism? I would push against transhumanism if it didn't have a political party. What are you talking about?
see a single shred of evidence for that.
Who cares if there's a political party? Transhumanism is a massive it includes a lot of different expressions, not just politics. That's a really low tier view of transhumanism.
Claim being true that Jay Dyer works with the Russian government to.
Orthodoxy is against transhumanism. You need to. It's a philosophical, metaphysical, and theological argument against transhumanism. It's a very deep issue. Return to Babylon by David Patrick Harry, and he does a lot of work on transhumanism as well.
Destabilize the United States.
Talking about, man.
A shred of evidence, dude.
And Andrew's debated against a transhumanist before, right? Yeah, I think I remember that. There's just not many of them. Like, there's like technocrats and people who want to be transhumanists, but the movement of transhumanism as like an isolated group, the philosophy of transhumanism exists outside of the political party of transhumanism. The trans theology itself is an expression of transhumanism, which I would argue is Jewish in nature, in its core. David Carroll was KGB in 1987. Also, David, I was a PDF in 19. Oh man. Oh. She was fat. That was his argument. She was 13, but she was fat. She had boobies and a butt, so I didn't care.
Oh, I've given plenty.
You've given zero.
Oh, my
Not
goodness.
one shred of evidence. You showed me a plot
that's true.
from the Russian government to destabilize the U.S. You haven't shown any evidence Jay Dyer's involved in that at all.
It's pretty straightforward. Again, this is Jay's standard.
It's pretty straightforward.
This is Jay's standard. I can look at someone and say,
plug it into AI. That's ironic. Have you spoken against the technocratic takeover by machines and non-persons? Well, plug it into AI and prove me wrong. Way to meme yourself, dude.
here's what I would expect him
You moron.
to be doing if he's this, but he's doing something else. So he's actually
What about by your
this.
standard?
I reviewed
How
it. Yeah,
about your
I thought I
standard?
remembered that.
Oh, no, just in the name of full disclosure, if it was my standard, I would not be accusing Jay of anything right
he's
now.
wiggling out now. Oh my God, what a worm! Oh, look at that smirk! Look at Andrew. You just wasted my time. You just wasted everybody's time. Thank God that I'm good at making you look really stupid, with a lot of help from you, of course. He just look at him. He's so happy about wasting time. Look how gleeful he is about wasting time. He just got everybody to wait online for a water slide that's closed. And he gets to the top. He's like, see what I did there? I'm a massive waste of time. I'm so happy. I pulled a prank. Dude. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. This is where David had to squirm his way out of the lawsuit. It was glorious. It's just terrible, man. This is a terrible human.
That's it. So you just trying to troll your way out of your stupid ass claims because you got blown out in the debate, David.
No, I would.
See, this is upsetting to Andrew because he wants to win against someone who's actually believing what they're saying. He wants to win against someone who's actually coming to the table with an affirmative and holding a flag up and saying, this is the truth. And Andrew's going, no, it's not. You're a retard. That's why he's so, Andrew's defeated because that's really annoying. Because you want to win against people who hold their positions. And now he's just squirming out.
Literally trying to troll your way out.
No, I would say that at any point. I would say that at any point. It's pretty.
It's pretty straightforward.
I don't.
Because you had nothing.
I am the Andy Kaufman of Protestantism.
You had nothing, so you're trying to troll your way out.
Andrew, hang on.
Dude.
1 second.
You're
fucking terrible.
Andrew, 1 second. Do you see me normally going around accusing people of these kinds of things? No, you've never seen it. I do it right here with one guy. Why? Just applying his standard of evidence for tossing out accusations. And then you say, why are you doing that? Oh, it's because you lost the debate. No, I've been doing this for a couple months now.
So
I just noticed this awesome Russia connection.
You're noticing? Cool. Let's talk about your connection to Israel.
So all the streams that you did on the connection between Orthodoxy and Russia and the Ortho Bros in Russia, you was just funning.
Yep.
Wait, which ones? Which ones are you referring to?
Wow, man. Just wow. You ever see the footage of like investigators and detectives and interrogation officers in the rooms, you know, with the this is what it feels like we're watching. We're watching him in the corner of a room and he's just wiggling every point. Like Andrew's the interrogator and he's just like, "Oh, what? I don't know what you're talking about." Yes. No. Yes. I knew that she was 13, but she had fat tatas.
The ones that you've recently done on your channel. You was just funning.
Not sure what you're referring to.
Unbelievable, man. Alex Horn pointed out that debates are opportunities to advocate for your worldview. DW being a psycho means he's using debates to manipulate people. Yeah, he has nothing to point people to. The reason orthodoxy and Orthodox people, at least the what you should be holding to, is that the reason you debate against bad theology is ultimately you want people to convert to Orthodoxy. Now, do we get into debates where we fall into a sinful behavior of just crushing the opposition for the sake, and we don't care if they come to the truth? So yeah, sometimes I'm guilty of that. Sometimes. Rarely for me, because I am always thinking and reminding myself, convert them. You got to convert them. You got to reach out to them off stream. I talk to a lot of people in messages off of stream. And it's really important that people convert to Orthodoxy, not just abandon their broken view. But he doesn't have anyone to convert to. So what does he do? Convert people to what? Politics? Narratives? What, a general sense? Christ is Lord? A proposition? I mean, come on. I wore a yarmulke before because this Presbyterian church I went to as a kid was doing a Renaissance fair, but Roman occupied Jerusalem. Any chance Woodstein's making these ridiculous claims? So Jay Dyer says, no chance I'm debating. Well, I almost don't want that to happen. But toward the end of this conversation, even Andrew was like, why are you doing this? Why are you debating Jay on, let's say, iconography if admittedly you know nothing about it, you haven't actually investigated anything? And I'm like, Andrew, shut up. Andrew, shush. Stop it. Don't do that. Stop it. Ivan Bob, thank you.
Bro. What a waste of fucking time. Really? This is what it was, dude.
I agree. We could all be doing something more, something better right now.
Hey,
but the Ortho Bros say we have to do this.
Oh my
Let's see,
God.
Cora, Sam Shamoon,
He's such a victim.
Rotherham, grooming gangs, women in Islam. Was Jesus a Muslim? Muhammad Hijab and Yasser Qadi. Muslims beg Rabbi to help them. Libiano, Rabbi tries to rescue Muslims. Sam Shamoon, Ali Dawa Wars. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about with recent live streams. Oh, if you mean the live streams where we're talking about orthodoxy and stuff, yeah, but I don't think we were talking about Ortho Bros working for Russia, unless I'm just forgetting right now.
So to get this right, I just want to make sure that we're totally clear here, right? You actually didn't mean any of those accusations, and you were full of shit, correct?
Oh, I agree. I would say it looks awfully suspicious and some serious issues there that I'll look into. So now you're going to look into it because it is awful suspicious. So this isn't just cope because you got your ass blown out because you have no evidence for any of your claims because you're a moron, right? That's not what it is. If you're saying I have no evidence, I've got way more evidence than Jay Dyer has when he's accusing people of things.
I think that there might be a slight.
Jay Dyer
do you think that there might be a slight distinction between saying I think that guy's a grifter and I think that guy's a fucking agent of a foreign nation here to destabilize mine? Do you think these are compatible claims?
When you're saying, hey, what kind of evidence would justify publicly
By the way,
accusing
he
people
was
of
just
something?
saying it loosely, bro. Like you do. He's just saying it loosely and stuff, bro. That's all.
No, he wasn't. He was agreeing with someone who actually carefully laid out a case. The reason he does not debate these things and talk about the Orthodox Church and defend the true church is because all he cares about is the donation.
So you do think that something's going on, but something's not really going on, and you're not ready to accuse somebody, but you're kind of trying to accuse somebody, right? It doesn't sound like you're just doing stupid ass cope because you had nothing.
They're not even the same claims, not on scale and not on principle. The idea of saying someone's a grifter and someone's doing something because of money or you know, they're promising Christianity but they don't have a church, like to call that grifting, sure. You're selling something you don't have, you can't fulfill on. That's grifting. You sell something you can't fulfill on. Grifting. You sell a product you don't actually have on your shelves. That's grifting. That's not the same as saying a foreign government controls you.
Entire debate. You had nothing. You went through an entire dissertation. You gave me nothing.
Andrew, how many times? Andrew, how many times have I pointed out? How many times have I pointed out? How many times have I pointed out since all this happened that if that's the burden of proof, now we can accuse people of all kinds of things. Well, here.
Saying someone maybe doesn't actually believe what they believe and they're doing it for money is a different claim than someone's controlled by a freaking foreign entity, dude. I tried to give David Wood the benefit of the doubt when this whole thing broke out, but this is pure pig snake. It's super pig snake. Super pig snake. Jay's bingo heard around the Protestant world. That's right. Changed the internet.
Here we are. This doesn't look good, man. Orthobros.
It doesn't look good for you.
Why do they use theology as a weapon and don't seem to actually care much about the theology except to attack?
What are you talking about? That's not even true.
Sounds like they're attacking for some other reason. What would that other reason be? Well, the only thing we see, there is this big country out there and this big government that's been saying for decades that they want this sort of thing. And then the Orthobros are doing it.
What sort? Dude, you literally said nothing. This is like a drunk person. Where's your pudding, dude? Is your pistachio pudding ready or what? I could take his audio, animate it in a wheelchair, like someone in a wheelchair facing a window talking to a bird. It'd actually visually better represent what we're hearing. If there was a picture of him facing the window and there was a bird on the ledge and he was talking to the bird. This is what happens when you join a religion without working through your theology, then ignorantly thinking you can just make it up on the top of, off the top of your head, public discourse without an actual sound proposition. Yeah. He doesn't care about the truth of the matter. Yeah, orthodoxy is arguing for the true church only because they want to use it as a weapon. What?
It's not because
Do you know what it takes to practice orthodoxy, David? You think people convert to one of the more difficult lives? Because what? Doesn't even make sense, dude.
Naming yourself a Christian is taking the Lord's name. Being a false representative of Christ is taking the Lord's name in vain. But Protestants who do so believe that taking his name in vain only means saying it with poo-poo words. David doesn't know he's deep in the poo-poo.
Crazy that you can see DW's energy spike when he decides on the excuse he'll use to wiggle out. Yeah, he gets a shot of adrenaline. Maybe that's the thing he's addicted to. He's like, I got in a mess, but I got out of it. D. Wood, as he calls himself, thinks that Russian Orthodox is the only Orthodox and everyone is an agent. Also, what the hell is an Orthobro? They still never say. Yeah, I know.
To make sure we're right, you don't actually believe that, or you do?
It could be. I wouldn't toss that out as an accusation.
You do believe it, or you don't believe that?
Dude, it's not. Things aren't yes or no. Right?
Oh.
It could be. I see what looks like something's going on over there, and I normally wouldn't say something about that, but we're in a situation David. Where the particular guy who looks awfully suspicious is the guy who says, here's the
so bad, man.
Here's the standard
This is so bad.
Here's the burden of proof if you want to accuse someone of something.
Are all propositions
Arthur,
true or
bros.
false?
Okay, this is where he gets really mad. And this is Andrew. Like, if this guy's going to come to the table and completely abandon his view and all the rules, Andrew's going to press him on his theology. This is actually a funny part. He just asks him more questions. Now, people are responding and saying, well, it's fair for David Wood to not respond to these because the topic is in David Wood's theology. Now, and normally I'd say, yeah, that's true. Fair enough. But the problem is David Wood already forfeited the rules because he came to the table assuming he believed something to defend, and then he pretended he doesn't actually believe it by the end. So at that point, Andrew's like, okay, the rules are gone. I'll just press you on your beliefs.
Are all propositions true or false, David?
I'd have to think about it.
You don't know if all propositions are true or false?
I'd have to think about it.
Okay, I'll let you think. Don't you have a PhD in philosophy, bro?
That's true, Lenny.
Yeah, I'd still have to think about that for a while.
Oh.
Go ahead and give your answer, and I'll go along with it.
I want to know.
Are all true or false propositions known to be true or false by everyone?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's not the knowability, bro. He's asking if propositions are either true or false.
That
So,
would have.
can-
That's literally
can-
doesn't follow
can
from
someone-
what I asked you.
No, it's not the
fucking
point.
idiot.
Can
You're so
someone
dumb,
have
bro.
can someone have some reason to believe a proposition is true?
What the fuck is fucking stupid? This guy. Yeah, you know what? You're right, David. All propositions are
I'm
true
not
or
in
false,
trouble.
but not
You
that
are.
knowledge is not going to be available to everybody of all propositions at all times.
So we have to go on the evidence that we actually have.
You're an astounding genius, David. Holy shit.
Yeah. So
Man,
hang on.
I'm
so
learning
hang on.
so
hang on,
much from this
hang on,
conversation.
Hang on. So,
David, I'm bored.
Hang on,
do
hang
you
on.
have an accusation or do you not?
just want to explore this
Because
a little bit.
I'm literally just bored with this at this point.
Let me ask something about you. So we don't have all the information in various situations.
I don't know a federal agency that would hire this guy, honestly. That's why I don't really jump on those, because people say Fed a lot. Oh, he's glowing. And I'm like, I mean, maybe agencies and intelligence agencies and all the rest of the dark forces, we don't know the color of their uniform. Maybe they reach out and hire complete morons. I mean, maybe that, like, is that the useful idiot view? It's like they don't even know they're agents. They don't even know what they're doing. But I mean, that's kind of like, to be fair, that's DW's argument here that maybe Russia's controlling Jay Dyer, but Jay Dyer doesn't know it.
Sometimes
She was 13.
judge something to be true or false, and we don't have all the access to all the information, so we kind of have to go with where it looks like the evidence points, and it's going to be up to
They do
sort of the person to decide what's kind of like what's the threshold for saying I believe this and I affirm this. Personally, where would that be? Like, in other words, if you had, would it be like 60% of the?
That's funny. It's like made out of like those like carbon fiber. Carbon fiber. I put on a carbon fiber yarmulke.
Relevant evidence that you have access to.
Go ahead, hit me in the head. Go ahead.
In this direction, therefore I affirm it is true. Would it have to be 90%, 95%?
I'd have to think about it.
Oh, okay, good. That's a good answer. That's what I would normally say in these kinds of situations.
I'd have to think about it.
Yeah. So if you take a situation where I would accuse someone of something, I'd have to be pretty darn sure. If we lower it to, here's one true church, and he'd be a useful idiot for Russia. I don't think that Jay's an idiot.
But no evidence, right?
Oh, all kinds of evidence, man.
None.
What he's doing.
You haven't provided
Not
a
doing
single
exactly. If you took everything Dugan and all these other guys said they wanted and stuff like this and rolled it up into a person, it would be Jay Dyer.
What?
No.
An egregore, an argument that if there was a person who represented Russia's wants, it would look like Jay Dyer. That's your evidence? So you rewrapped the assertion. So you actually studied philosophy, and your evidence for an assertion is a reworded assertion of the assertion? Dude, you shouldn't even be able to vote.
Wouldn't.
Jay Dyer's the type of dude that watched Rocky IV and was rooting for Drago.
Gotcha. All right. Are y'all
It's not even funny.
done trying to troll your way out of your L, or is there anything else you wanted to cover?
No, I think the point stands, and it's going to stand for a long time. That
Really?
That you didn't have any
That you have an intuition?
but then Scott Ruck in the debate and tried to troll your way out of it. I think that will stand for a long time.
It is going to
I agree
stand
with
for
that.
a while. It is.
No, not really, because people are finding out a lot about the Russian Orthodox Church and how corrupt that place is.
Wow.
Okay. Can we get to the second part now? Your
Yes,
affiliations with Israel?
Please.
Sure.
Please.
Do you have any?
What do you mean?
Do you have any affiliations with any government officials in Israel, and have you ever received any monies from said officials?
Speaking of money from other countries, here's some from India.
I don't know if you covered this yet because I joined late. I'm on BIPOC time. But
BIPOC
during
time.
his post-debate COPE stream, Wood had GED uncut on along with AP. According to Wood's standard, that means he's sided with the Muslims because Uncut had Jake Brancatella on
I
to
know.
crap on orthodoxy.
Yeah, I know.
Muslims own David Wood.
Yep. I saw that. He doesn't care about consistency. Look, the one thing Andrew demonstrated, in addition to just him not having evidence, it's actually worse what was demonstrated here. What's worse than saying an accusation without evidence and showcasing that that's the case is actually telling a massive audience. I mean, this is like, I think he was like, Andrew was up around 8,500. He just flopped. He just was, I don't actually really believe this. That's actually worse than just being like, you know what? You're right. I don't have any evidence. Optically. It's optically worse to wiggle out of the affirmative, come to a debate assuming that your opponent thinks that you're holding an affirmative, the audience thinks you're holding an affirmative, and then when you get blown out, you just change it and pretend you never held the affirmative. It was all a gag. That's worse than losing.
Or connected with the Israeli government?
Not that I'm aware of. If someone tossed in a super chat
Oh,
or something
yeah, of
like
course.
that, would be one thing.
That's unknowing. What about your former partner, AP?
Not that I'm aware of.
So he didn't make. Let me share this video with you. I just want to know a couple things here. 1 second, I'll pull it up.
Uh-oh. Here comes the video. Ruh-roh.
Share screen.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Got the music ready, you guys.
Oh, there it is.
The receipts.
Just give me 1 second here.
No problem.
It's always a pain in the ass to pull these things up.
Yep. And technology sucks.
No, it doesn't. Technology's awesome.
Let me actually just pin this.
What are you talking about?
I have the technology
Technology's
to do that,
awesome.
I think. Oh, come on.
Actually, the waiting
All
for
right,
this
don't
is
share it
actually
yet
good.
until I say okay. All right, go ahead and share it.
All right.
I think you have to play it, actually. Oh, I don't actually. Oh, wait, hang on. Never mind. Let me just make sure I got this right.
Yeah, let's see if sound works. Oops.
Whoops. All right. Oh, come on. What a piece of shit.
Got no sound here.
Boomers.
What? You have no sound? All right,
Mm-hmm.
stop sharing the screen.
A 6-second
Let me know
clip.
when you got it not shared anymore.
It's actually a pretty good clip, though.
All right.
Oh, it doesn't play? Oh, he plays
just
the audio, right? Yeah. He plays the
tell
audio.
us what's in it.
Interesting connections.
The only.
Yeah, and when you were there, the Israeli
thought he
government gave nothing to you.
Oh, he read it. Oh, yeah. That's what I remember.
Yeah. Who do you think the interesting...
I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and tell the only anything as far as the Israeli government saying anything that had anything to do with me was they messaged AP when it was the Muslim cowboy posted something about Jews and Christians are going to be under his feet or something like that. And I took a picture of me standing on the Quran and I said, look what's under my feet or something like that. And AP actually got contacted by someone and said, hey, that guy you're with, tell him that that's not allowed here. So that was it. That's when I heard from the government. I was at an event where there was like the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem and
Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem.
she said we could take the
She said. Now just like go back 40 minutes and be like, you are people are orthodox because of masculinity and they're sick of femininity. Ha ha ha. David Wood got reprimanded by a Jewish female sheriff.
cab back from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem with her since she already had one scheduled and we were going to get a cab.
Yeah.
And then AP went and spoke at on one of their
Did you wear the yarmulke? Did you wear the yarmulke?
programs, and I don't know if she was interviewing him or she was there or something like that, but I saw them in the same building. As far as government, that's all I'm aware of.
Not in American
Now,
dollars.
let me ask you a question, David. If it was the case that you had evidence that Jay Dyer had taken a trip over to Russia and one of his co-hosts had said that they were going there to meet people who had, quote, very interesting connections, would you say that that would actually give some evidence to the fact that he was conspiring with a foreign nation?
Given Jay Dyer's threshold of where you would actually accuse someone of something, yes.
So then it seems like it would be perfectly acceptable, if we're going to use that threshold then, to just go ahead and accuse you and say we have better evidence actually than you do that you work for the Israeli government than you've been able to provide that he works for Russia. Is that right?
You can say whatever you want.
It's not. He didn't ask if he can say it. He asked if it would follow.
Okay, now let's just go by your standard. If your standard is
my standard, or
I give you direct evidence and you still can't give up your authority. What are you, I see this little debate going on.
my standard,
whatever
applying
standard
Jay's
that you
standard.
might have, what your standard yourself as yourself, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
Tell me, which one of us provided more compelling evidence that the other one could have connections to a foreign nation? You about myself or Jay Dyer, or me who showed a video of your partner saying that he has interesting Israeli connections and you went on a trip with him to Israel? If you were the judge and somebody asked you, which one of these is more compelling to you to make a case for that, which one would you pick?
Yeah, what are you? Yeah, what are you arguing in the chat? What are you?
Oh, I'd go with the Russia all the way.
Okay, so Jay Dyer's been to Russia then?
He's been on their state news program. So we could kind of say, suppose AP was on Israeli state.
You seek authority? Who seeks authority? What are you talking about? Did the people who listen to Paul's correction seek authority, or what? What are we talking about here? I seek authority? Are you an authority? Is your argument against authority? If it is, I guess you should stop talking, because to talk is to assume some sort of link to an authority, right? Are you the authority? Your criticism is we seek authority, but you're talking authoritatively. Should we listen to you? Whatever your name is?
TV for multiple shows. You wouldn't be at all suspicious about that?
Well, from the United States.
Baptism's heretical. That's hilarious. But based on what authority? That's the thing, John. Just put it right back on him. Okay, he says Christ didn't baptize in water and baptism's heretical. Cool. Based on what authority? Tell us.
Yeah, he's going on Israeli state TV to attack all the enemies of Israel or something like that.
I can have some water, please.
Yeah, but never made a trip back to the old Russia like he made the old trip to Israel, right?
You can only be working with someone if you take a trip there?
I'm just asking about the compellence of evidence.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah, I'd have to say the Russia case.
The Russia
Ortho Bros?
case.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness.
Imagine
AP leading an entire group of people. And
you could just stop there. AP leading a group of people in general.
And he just claims that, hey, I'm just supporting.
Has he ever been on
the Orthodox Church?
Has he been on any pro-Zionist stations that you're aware of?
I'm sure he has.
Yeah, he has.
But he
so
would,
that's out.
He would
so
tell
on,
you.
That's
he
out.
Would, he would tell you he's a. He would tell you he's a Zionist in some sense.
Yeah, he has.
I mean, you debated him on that,
and he has in fact been on many pro-Zionist stations. Just like Jay, you say, was on a pro-Russia station, but Jay's never been back to Russia.
Russian
and AP
TV.
has been back
this
to
debate
Israel,
is
and
indisputable evidence
went
that
to Israel
David
with
Wood
him.
is an extreme bundle
I wonder
of
what the
sticks.
level of suspicion of
He
people
really
would
is.
be under your theory here about Dyer
Jay's theory.
not going to Russia.
By the way, yes.
John the Baptist explicitly said his water baptism was inferior to that of Christ. By what authority are we taking your interpretation of John? Watch this, East. This is the end of you now. Okay, this is the end of the line for you. Why should we listen to what you say John the Baptist says and doesn't say? By the way, let's make it even worse for you. Why should we listen to John the Baptist? Watch this. Hey, East, why should we listen to John the Baptist? Please answer the question. I have a very low tolerance to people who don't answer direct questions in my chat, by the way. So you get a couple chances before you get banned. Just giving you a warning ahead.
No, your theory.
Using Jay's,
no,
using
it's not Jay's theory.
Threshold, absolutely. You could conclude.
What is Jay's threshold
David
again?
is
What's Jay's
being
threshold
paid by Netanyahu.
Yeah. What's Jay's threshold? That you can make logical inferences based on evidence that you have that somebody can be something? That's the whole threshold, right?
I've sought group consensus, so we should listen to John the Baptist because you sought groups consensus. Which groups? Who are you appealing to? Why are you... The only difference is you're the one... No, don't give the affirmative claims. Stay focused, retard. We're not talking about my view and your accusations of my view, you fool. Why should we listen to John the Baptist from your view? Based on what authority? We're in 2026, right? You're assuming that you have access to what John the Baptist says. Through what? Through what mechanism do you affirm or have access to John the Baptist's teachings at all, let alone an interpretation of it? The answer is nothing. That's why you can't do anything but then make an attack on the people who are questioning you. That's all you have. You're done. It's already over. The group that didn't exist, yeah.
Threshold is if... I mean, there's not a lot there.
Come on, tell me some bullshit lies.
If someone is not debating the one true church and attacking all other churches as not the true church, then that person is a grifter.
No, that's not his threshold.
That's exactly
His
what he said.
threshold is that if you're marketing yourself as a Christian apologist, but it is a case that you're engaged in polemics, you should just be honest about that. If you're not honest about the polemics, you're saying that you're a Christian apologist, and it's the case that you want to actually do apologetics, then he considers that grifting.
Yes. Why is that the case? Guy whose channel is Apologetics Roadshow? Apologetics is a defense. You don't even have a church. So, look, it's really simple. Jay Dyer, if you call yourself an apologist but you don't have a church to defend, then you're not really an apologist. So that means you're a grifter because you're claiming to be an apologist, like your channel name, apologist. If there's any Christian out there defending Christianity but it's churchless, what we're saying is that you're taking a position that you can't actually defend, that you can't point people to the true church. So calling yourself a Christian apologist without a church is a type of grifting. It's a type of selling something you don't have the product for. It's really simple.
Wait,
and you said that that's an invalid inference.
Wait, God Logic doesn't do apologetics?
He does churchless apologetics. So that's the crux of it, guy.
Interfaith apologetics, I don't think he does do apologetics generally with anybody who he wouldn't consider a non-Christian. I've seen him go up against, for instance, Mormons.
It is the worst.
And people
it's
like this. I haven't actually seen him do apologetics interfaith. I'm not saying it's never happened, but if it has, it's rare.
He's got people like converting all over the place.
That has nothing to do with anything. So do I.
Converting? Yeah. Hey, David Wood, I don't know. One of the critiques against God Logic and the anti-Islamic community that are saying they're Christians, but they focus on anti-Islam. Convert people to what, David Wood? Are you just completely ignoring the critique? Is that if you send people to Judaizers or Jews or synagogues, are you converting people to Christ? Yes or no? Goodness.
Apologetics at all.
Okay, I mean, wait, what do you think like...
Did East respond? Look, I told you I was going to ban you if you didn't answer the question. So I recommend you answer the question directly. I asked you a question. Why should we, because you're saying John the Baptist and baptism's wrong because of this and this and what John the Baptist says. We ask you a direct question. And it's an epistemic question. And it's also a question of normative authority. Why should we listen to what John the Baptist says, granting your interpretation of it? Why are you even referring to John the Baptist? See, this is how we skip all the steps, okay? Forget about debating hermeneutics. Forget about debating propositions, because first of all, there's better people who can do that. Someone like Alex can do that. Jay can do that. But I'll just go for the jugular here. Why should we listen to anything in the Bible, East, from your position? Why? They can never answer this. They're dumbfounded. They think, what? I thought we both saying the word we're Christian automatically assumes, clearly we agree on one thing. Well, no, I actually don't grant you that. I don't grant you the Bible at all, dude. I don't grant you the Bible. So, okay, he said that, John. Why should we listen to the Bible? Because of the Bible. Okay, great. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Defending Jesus' death for sins, his resurrection,
Because it differentiates? No, you're saying the Bible differentiates. I said, why are we listening to the Bible? Answer the question, you get banned. This is your last warning. Why should we listen to the Bible? You're saying because the Bible says. No. I'm asking you, why should we listen to what the Bible says?
His divine nature, the Trinity, that's not apologetics. That's what I think of as Christian apologetics.
I don't think so. I think
Wait, for instance, is apologetics just arguing for the one true church or something like that? Because then we just have completely different
I don't think so.
definitions of apologetics.
Hey, y'all, 1,300 people. Make sure you guys give a like, and also let's do a turbo on this goal right here. 3 out of 10.
That apologetics is arguing for the systems and dogmas.
And all the money you guys send today goes directly to Russia. Does that help?
And beliefs in which you hold. That would be apologetics. And so when we're talking, especially in the church sense, that would be apologetics.
Yeah,
if you're unwilling to if you're unwilling to engage in this, so like, let me ask you, what would be the distinction between polemics and apologetics?
That's funny.
Polemics, you're generally attacking another position. Apologetics, you're defending your own position. We get the word from 1 Peter 3:15, which is always be prepared to give a defense.
We're listening to the Bible to learn. Nope. You're assuming that Christ's teachings are preserved in the Bible. I'm asking you, why would you believe that Christ's teachings have been adequately preserved in the Bible? One more time. You guys wonder why we're so mean to Protestants and these people. One more time. Why do you believe that the Bible adequately preserves Christ's teachings? Okay? You're not going to answer it, so I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
For the hope that you have. Well, what's the hope that I have based on? It's
for the Ruskies. Thank you so much.
The gospel, Jesus' death,
got
resurrection.
It. Yeah,
and
I understand.
So that's apologetics.
But when you're talking about,
you've answered it. You just appeal back to the Bible. Get him out of here. Beat it, heretic. I don't want your poison in my chat. You're a lunatic. You're bad faith. You're too dumb to answer a question. You're too dumb to understand the question. Why do you believe the Bible adequately preserved Christ's teachings? Because the Bible. Get out of here.
Defending the existence of
God,
the Trinity.
Okay, yeah.
Bye.
Okay, so then by that standard, I must be one of the best apologists who's ever existed, because it's the case that I affirm those things all the time. But I'm not.
If you actually defend those, and you argue for those,
hammer time,
and you present evidence for those, and you respond to objections for those, all of which God logic does, that would be apologetics.
Not with Orthodox people, he doesn't.
Wait, now it's only apologetics. I mean, my goodness, in the context of 1 Peter 3:15, you think that is an ortho bro coming up to the Christian saying, and you have to be answering the ortho bro?
It's all peoples and all views, right?
Wait, so you're only doing apologetics if you respond to all people of all views. You can't just say, "Hey, I defend." So someone can't just say, "Hey, I defend Christianity against the objections of Jehovah's Witnesses." You can't do that. That's not apologetics. It's only apologetics if you defend against every group in the world.
Well, I'm taking the.
Well, honestly, there's actually a truth to that. That is actually, David Wood is actually getting close to the tag argument, which is when you defend the true faith, you're, by definition, arguing against existing faiths that are not that. When you attack a faith, you're also assuming that there's an affirmative faith. And so this is our critique against you, David Wood, is that when you say Islam's false, become a Christian, but you can't tell us what it means to become a Christian, you're just as lost as the Muslim. You're getting it. You're getting close. You're getting close. I was reading The Lord of the Rings the other week. I got confused at one point, so I just asked the Lord of the Rings to tell me what it meant. Yep. Yeah, it works every time. It works every time. Just ask the book.
Biblical passage, read it. Read it.
1 Peter 3:15.
Read it.
Always be prepared to give a defense of the hope that you have.
And who's that supposed to be against? Everybody, right?
That is the most insane interpretation of that. So hang on.
Based on what standard anyway?
There's no Christian apologist in the world then, because there's no one who has defended everything against every other position. So there's never been a Christian apologist, right?
No.
By the way, Paul debated. Yeah, Paul debated.
No, but I think that Christian apologetics.
And even that was Peter. That was Peter talking. Yeah. That was Peter talking. So he hadn't even encountered a bunch of other positions.
Calm down. Okay, so I think that generally speaking, if you have other people who are very popular and have popular views that are so bad against your view that you're willing to actually be like, "Oh, hey, you know what? This is actually causing me so many problems and so many issues when the ortho bros do this that I'm going to endlessly make content about them spurging about it and talk about it on Twitter all day." I would think that you would be one who would be willing to engage in those types of things. You yourself don't actually engage in apologetics against Orthodox people because you're a polemicist. You engage in attacking Islam. You're very good at that. I'm not going to take that away from you. but you're not very good at defending your own positions. In fact, last time I talked to you,
it's actually worse, Andrew. He doesn't even know his own positions. So it's like you'd have to know what your position is to be able to say you're good or bad at defending it. It's actually way worse. In whatever 20 years he's been doing whatever, his form of non-apologetic apologetics, he doesn't even know his own beliefs. He knows his one belief is that Islam's wrong. That's his one belief. Zionism's fine, though. Right? Yeah, it is upsetting. It's horrifying. How are we supposed to bring people to the church when we have this type of infighting? The walls are built of glass and everyone outside looks like we're in a clown car. How are they wrong? Because there has to be a true church. How are you supposed to bring people to the true church when people are calling themselves Christians and they can't tell you where the true church is? And it's not infighting. It's Orthodox fighting against heterodoxy. It's existed since the church existing. It's you think it's infighting. It's not infighting because heterodoxy is not in. You think we're gonna debate against Mormons? Is that infighting? Tell me. Hey, this is actually a good question. American conversation. Is it infighting to debate against Mormons about the true church? Is it infighting to ask someone who thinks it's okay to send people to convert to a synagogue and cut off their foreskin? Is it infighting to say that's not Christ's true church? This is the weakness of Protestantism. You guys are inclusive. You're liberals. Why can't we all just get along and just agree on contradictory doctrine? Imagine a Protestant going back to St. Irenaeus when he's compiling and writing against heresies. Hey, you sure you want to do this? I don't know about all this infighting. Hey, all through the councils. Hey, why are we fighting against these people burning and destroying icons? Shouldn't we... Why are we fighting against these people? You know what I mean? The Arians, they kind of have it. The Nestorians, they're kind of close. Why are we infighting? Hey, look. These guys think Christ has a twisted singular nature that combines both natures into one soft serve ice cream cone. What's the big problem, man? Hey, papal authority. Rome left the Pentarchy. What's the big problem? Why are we infighting? Come on, man. Stop. Ephraim here. Apologia in Greek means defense or answer. So we are defending orthodoxy in light of its truth and on offense against heresy. Glory to God.
You basically were confused about what your positions were. For instance,
I wasn't confused at all.
Yeah, you really were confused. You really weren't willing to commit to many of the positions that you stated. So what are your actual positions, David? Can you tell us?
Yeah, you just completely misrepresented what I said.
Yeah, but how about we just don't misrepresent anything?
No, infight is about inside the church, Alchemist. That's what infighting is. Infighting. In what? In the church. That's what a heresy ends up being. In the church. Okay? Stop it, dude. This is Protestantism. You just find Mark 9:38 as if habitually all throughout the Bible when referring to the church, the community, the church, the people in the church, as if it's not referring to an exclusive position on the church and the people in the church. It is. It's not referring to people outside of the church.
I just ask you, what are your actual positions on Christianity?
God exists. God created the world. God sent prophets into the world.
Exactly.
God gave revelations. Jesus entered the world. The Son entered the world as Jesus of Nazareth, performed miracles, died on the cross for sins, rose from
What about
the dead.
penal substitution?
Yeah. This is I want to do a stream on this. I might actually have maybe Alex or someone. I usually don't do like co-streams with people, but it might be worth it. This invisible church is impossible to hold. It's actually impossible to hold an invisible church, but also assume there's a history of the church. It's impossible. In fact, you can't even hold to an invisible church and affirm Pentecost. It's impossible. It's practically, logically, metaphysically impossible. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Substitution atonement.
How many times do I need to explain this?
Just yes or no.
Looks like it.
So you don't know?
You're
Looks like
Jesus died on the cross for sins. If
David's ecclesiology and epistemology and theology looks like it.
You know this. You've got the ransom theory, penal substitutionary atonement.
Crazy,
in my mind, I'm always
Crazy.
thinking, it's like, okay, you have I suppose
nuts.
you have quantum mechanics and you have relativity. They both can't be true. They both work. They both work with certain evidence,
Bingo,
and yet
Jimbo.
they both can't be true. So what are people doing? Maybe there's this other theory that maybe there's this other scientific theory that will incorporate all the data and do so. Looks like penal substitutionary atonement, some version of that. Do I say I affirm this as the only correct position and everything else is wrong? I don't have any reason to think that I've looked into all the alternative positions.
Let me translate this for you to just, add on to what Derek here said. The translation is this. Are you a Christian, David Wood? He says, it appears so. Seems to be the case. What? Are you a Christian? I mean, it seems to be the case. That's it. It's like probabilistic Christianity. I might be a Christian. Probabilistically, I might be a Christian. Maybe. I mean, that's a killer question. Are you a Christian? David Wood, based on his epistemology in this exchange with Andrew, he might, if he was consistent, he would say, I might be. By the looks of it. Heterodoxy and Orthodoxy book by Father Andrew Stephen Damek would be a good read for this conversation. A Journey to Reality as well by Porchu. Thank you for that.
Thoroughly. And therefore, what do I say? I say Jesus died on the cross for sins. Do I affirm this thing right here? Well, I can say it looks like it. I lean in that direction.
I lean into that's as a. How are you Protestants not understanding this critique against this guy? It seems like it. Do they have to affirm the Trinity? It seems like it. Do you know the difference between an Orthodox view, in this case, affirming the Trinity? We don't affirm the Trinity because it just seems like it's true, or it seems to be the case. This is a difference between what Jay always argues for, ultimately, is a worldview level. That your entire worldview, all of it, holistically, unified. Not parts. He takes a parts per million Christianity. That's what this is. Parts per million Christianity. Seems like it. Could be.
But if you say, David, no, let me go and ask you this, Andrew. Just a quick question here. Do you believe the Bible teaches penal substitutionary atonement as the correct position?
No.
Okay. So if I say I'm just going with the Bible, why would you say, David? This is the issue with the Orthobros. I say, hey, I became a Christian, and
you didn't. You look, by your own admission, David Wood. You can't even know that you became a Christian because that has to be ostensible to you. Just apparently. Seems to be the case.
Jail cell, reading the Bible, and I believe the Bible. And
why?
Okay, I'm kind of sticking with that unless someone...
See? Now, Andrew's not going to get into this because it's really just not his niche here. But the thing is, I don't grant people this at all. You became a Christian because you read the Bible. Well, did you guys notice when I asked East in the chat, who got banned because he couldn't answer it? He refused to answer it. Did you notice? I asked him why. Why would you believe the Bible? What do you mean? Why would you believe the Bible? You read the Bible and you believe you're a Christian now? Why would you believe the Bible?
Shows me I'm wrong about something, and I need to also adhere to one particular church or something like that. I'm sticking with this.
So you're this is exactly it. I'm sticking with me as the church. I'm a singular church. This is nominalism. Protestantism is nominalism. I am my own church. I am my own pastor. I'm my own priest. I'm my own interpreter. I am my own bishop. I'm sticking with my feeling that I got by reading the Bible. Cool. How'd you get the Bible? Clearly, you didn't compile the Bible, right? Yes, that's my point. The Artha Bros. Everybody knows that the Bible was compiled by nominal individuals who all had an inkling for something. And they all got together, and it was like one of those parties where you bring food. Potluck.
If you say, well, therefore, since you're
Potluck Christianity is pretty funny, rhetorically.
not going to the Orthodox Church, you're not going to the Catholic Church, therefore you have to affirm penal.
No, I want you guys to understand what I just said. From this view, from the Sola Scriptura view, from I'm just going to read the Bible view, if you were to be consistent with that view, the Bible itself would actually be a potluck scriptural document from all various different positions of people, individuals thinking something and just going, well, potluck, I brought it.
Substitutionary atonement. It really sounds, and the five solas and so on, it really sounds like you're saying if you just go with the Bible affirms these things, and yet you're saying you don't think the Bible affirms those things. Well, why would you be insisting if someone says, I'm just going to go with the Bible unless you show me the church authority?
That's just a word salad and garbage coming out of your mouth. It's total word salad.
No,
so
some people are just like this, and it's guess what? Salad. It's kind of tied to what I was saying.
It's trash. It's just garbage. You just
it's
literally
not
garbage.
It's kind of tied to me saying I wouldn't accuse someone unless it reached some threshold and so on. And I even said when we were talking earlier, I said it's kind of up to the person. It's kind of up to the person.
Positions, bro.
That's exactly what's going on, dude.
And I've explained it. You don't accept that someone doesn't think. Just I either affirm this or I reject it. I don't simply affirm things or reject things. I can say
I just want to know the positions. That's it. Five solas.
Jesus died on the cross for sins.
Yeah,
that's
five
my position.
solas. Do you affirm the five solas? Do you believe them?
Even saying, look, this is what Protestants don't quite understand. Even a Unitarian. When you say Jesus died on the cross for sins, you're already including a whole slew of other assumptions and positions that need to be true and coherent. And this is why the worldview level is so important. This is why you can't separate Scripture from tradition. You can't separate any of it. All you can do is make a new tradition in prison. That's apparently what you did. To say Christ died on the cross has so many other assumptions from different categories. It has a Christological view. It has to have a Christology to say that and having any meaning. Who is Christ? What are Christ's natures? This matters in the statement, Jesus died on the cross. What is death? This matters. What is death? So, a lot of these people who deny the lives of the saints being alive in Christ, posthumous, like separation from the physical body, they believe in a cult of death. They believe Christianity is a religion of death. It's not a religion of life. This would matter also in the statement of Jesus died on the cross. Death, defeating sin. Who is Christ? What nature is Christ? These are all questions that need to be looked at even by simply saying Christ died on the cross. They don't get this. They get this like feeling. They say it, oh, Christ died on the cross for me, and I get to go to Vegas and snort lines of ketamine off of some fake tits. Excuse me. But that's literally what it comes down to. Oh, there's no church. Christ started a church, but he died on the sin, so I don't need to listen to his church. I don't need to be a part of his church. He died on the cross, so I didn't have to join a church.
Haven't we been through this? My position hasn't changed.
Okay, I don't remember. What did you say about the five solas?
Take something like sola scriptura.
Yeah, how does this sacrifice affect human? Yeah, how does it change anything? How does the death and resurrection change anything? What's the new promise? What's Israel? These are all questions that are all bound together. You can't separate these things and sort of vacuum clean them out of the back seat. I'll take this section, that section. I'll take this for 500. I'll take this and this. You know, it's funny that his name is Apologetics Roadshow, because the other show, the Antiques Roadshow, is just that. It's looking at isolated artifacts and giving a value assessment. Isn't that so appropriate for David Wood? That you take individual nominal artifacts of the entire Christian worldview and its history, you put it on a table and you give it a value. You even talk like those people on that show. Well, it looks like you have a piece of scripture here. I'm going to just arbitrarily evaluate it at $700. Put that into the basket. It's a circus. You're a clown. Repent. This is love. All the thing you guys think it's ortho bro hate. No, this is the tough love that Protestants don't get you, because you know what they do? Stop infighting. Stop being rigorous with people's souls. Stop it. Stop.
Get the traditions out of your mind, and when you just read the scriptures,
right? Mm-hmm. Take something like Sola Scriptura. Yeah. The Bible is the only infallible authority for Christians, or something like that. What do I say? I don't say.
Well, it'd be the ultimate infallible authority by which all standards are judged.
And what do I say? If you show me there's some other infallible authority, I'll go with that. I haven't seen that. Therefore, I don't say this is the correct position that I affirm and I reject all others. Why?
Cool. Is the Bible itself the bride of Christ then? You got a paper Bible? You got a paper bride, I mean? Did the Bible always exist? Was it impossible to be a Christian before the Bible's compiled? David Wood? Is there no normative authority? Is there no infallible source for Christianity in practice before the compilation of the Bible? Why would you trust a fallible source to compile the Bible? By your own metric, by your own standard, the methodology, the mechanism, the people that compiled the books of the Bible, you can't even tell me that the books of the Bible chosen are an infallible list. But the list is the composition of the list. This is how crazy it is. The choice of the list of the books of the Bible are fallible, but the contents of those books are infallible.
You guys might come up with some awesome case for me one day. I sat here and listened to you guys and so on.
Okay, when do you believe a child? Hang on. I get it. When do you believe a child isn't sold?
Don't know.
Okay.
I would lean.
Yeah, that's actually funny. I caught that, but I couldn't actually word it. Thank you for wording it for me. His standard, ironically, is you show me another authority. Well, that's asking for something you already deny anyway. And you saying Sola Scriptura is the ultimate authority, by your own standard, we shouldn't actually believe you saying that, right? You saying Sola Scriptura is true. Anybody who says Sola Scriptura is true, the voicing of it, we can't actually trust, right?
Lean towards conception, but I don't know. I don't know of a clear Bible verse that says sold right there.
Yeah, pay your damn taxes, you bunch of skimmers. What are you, a bunch of Democrats? What is 90% of you guys on food stamps?
Do you believe that?
What are you, in a Russian prison camp?
I'm not even.
What did you have, borscht pancakes for breakfast?
I'm not even. I don't even have a firm position on
anything. I don't even have a firm position on anything. I'm barely sitting in my seat.
What the soul is. I mean, you have, substance dualism, you got hylomorphism and stuff like that. Like, how would I know?
couple more questions. I'm just curious about.
By the way, Andrew, I'm not interested in the 20 questions. My answer is going to be the same.
Hang on. I'm asking you questions I have never asked you. So I just want to know the answers to them. So I got a couple.
He's uncomfortable necessarily. So he is uncomfortable. I don't know. He doesn't know.
A couple
interested
other ones.
Man in the Q&A. We're here. You got something on the topic?
Well, hang on. Yeah, this is on the topic. So I want to know. We're talking about grifting, right?
Well, the Muslims, to be fair, there's definitely an intellect issue because of their practices. But I think they're also so spiritually misled that they don't understand that they could run the Muslim dilemma against the Protestant. And now if I were to train up, right? Andrew got a call from Tapusa to train their debaters. If I got a call from the Muslims just to own David Wood, the advice I would give you Muslims, see, Ortho Bros working with Muslims. The advice I would give is learn the Muslim dilemma. Now, if the Muslim dilemma is effective enough to go against Protestantism, coincidentally, it would be good enough to argue against Muslims. So, are Muslims smart enough to see this? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they'll just go, you know what, you're right. I'm gonna run the Muslim dilemma, the epistemic dilemma against the Protestant. It's the same form. In history, it's the same form. Go through history. Put them in a position in history where they have to affirm something and deny it at the same time. See how it goes, right?
You're not answering any more questions, David? Because I'm going to keep asking them to you until you answer them, or you're going to have to rage quit, I guess.
I don't care.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you
exactly,
a few more.
You can ask anything.
Okay.
Well, that's what's interesting is that's what's so ironic about David Wood is that he runs this dilemma, and if he ran it on himself, he'd be destroyed. Why would he keep the focus off of that? Well, I think he knows it at this point.
I'm not interested in the 20 questions. We showed up here for topics. We're talking.
What, you don't want to answer questions?
We showed up for the Russia thing and the Israel thing. No, I don't want to answer.
You don't want to answer any questions?
A bunch of your questions. I mean, if you have something on topic, yeah, go some.
The EO position pushes the problem back a step. No, it doesn't, because that's presupposing sola scriptura. We reject the entire view of all Christian views come down to just interpretation. No, holy tradition, right? If you think that teaching is now up in question, then you don't have a Christian position at all. But the Orthodox position isn't sola scriptura. You're trying to say, well, the same criticisms would apply to Eastern Orthodoxy. Yeah, if we were sola scripturists, but we're not. So it doesn't apply.
Something on topic.
Well, I don't understand. Are we still talking about that topic?
Yeah, Russia.
That's how stuck these people are in their presupposition of sola scriptura and the Bible alone. They're like, yeah, but if EOs hold Bible alone, okay, well, if you try to, this is what happens when you try to separate holy tradition from Scripture, not just holy tradition, but the chronology, Old Testament continuity to the New Testament, Christ, the Pentecost. The Great Commission itself. I mean, think about this. Think about this. Get a sola scripturist to say, did Christ start a church? Did Pentecost, was that symbolic? Hey, Sola Scriptura, was Pentecost symbolic? Which is a symbol? Yes or no? Okay, it's not? Okay, so there's an actuality. In matter, by the way. This is what's crazy is that they pick and choose what's, it's symbolic. Real presence is symbolic. Oh, no. All you're doing is using some sort of materialism to deny that Christianity in practice is through matter. The sacraments are through matter. That Christ's very condescension and taking on human nature is God taking on in matter, taking on form in matter. The bridge, the unifying bridge between heaven and earth, physical, becoming physical. And when you get these people to affirm that historically a church was started in real life with real flesh and blood people, that the apostles weren't avatars. That's real life. Those are people with feet who walk, who breathe, who eat. And they need to teach. Did they teach? Okay, they taught. Cool. So did they adequately teach the message of Christ? Did Christ's commission fail? No, it didn't fail. It's just Christ's commission is up in the air. What's Christ's commission? Is it fallible? Is Christ's commission what Christ promised? Is it that's a failure? Is it fallible? Okay, well then, what are we talking about here if that's the case?
Are we talking about a new topic?
Russia or Israel?
It's always the same, Raziel. It's always the conflating certitude with normative
Russia
authority.
or Israel. Okay. Well, let me just ask you this. Do you believe that God is omnipotent and omniscient? Can I at least ask that?
No, you missed the response to the critique. You don't need an authority to understand the EO councils. Why don't I need an authority? What do you mean? That's like saying, if the Holy Spirit guided the church into truth, then the Holy Spirit would have guided the councils, right? It was never the lay people like yourself or myself to interpret and try to figure out the councils, nor was it the lay person who went into the liturgy and said, hold on, I have some other ideas, guys. This is the fundamental problem between you guys and an Eastern Orthodox view, is that we actually believe that Christ started a church. We actually believe that there's a true church. You think you build the church autonomously by investigation, which counters all of church history. You take artifacts from church history, conclusions from church history, then you go, look, I got to build up the church. I got to figure out what it is. They gave me these hints. As if the Bible's a book of hints for you to figure out what the true church is. So you're in a contradiction. You both affirm an authoritative church that infallibly managed to compose the Bible and carry it forth and protect it against heresy, and managed to carry it forth through the ages against all odds. It's a miracle. The church is a miracle in reality, in history. You affirm all of it, and then you get to the point where the Gutenberg gives you some Bibles, and then you deny it. So you affirm it and deny it. There is a true church, there's not a true church. There is a true church, there's not a true church. The true church existed in the past, but the same church today is not that church. I'm the church. It's insane. You guys are insane. You're nominalists. Yeah, they think they're neutral.
Is he omnipotent and omniscient? Do you believe in a pre-revelation rapture?
Told you I'm not answering. Got
a pre-revelation rapture, David?
If you are ever interested in having a discussion on topic,
well, the debate's already done. So, do you believe in pre-revelation?
Want to take some questions from the chat then?
No, I want you to answer my question. Do you believe in pre-revelation rapture?
Not interested.
Mark says, none of you guys make no sense. The Bible says, be holy for the Lord, and Lord is holy. Christ didn't come to start a religion. Why did Christ start a church? Why you're appealing to the Bible, but do you know that when Christ started a church, he didn't give you a compiled Bible? It's nutters. We got the nutters out today.
Post-revelation rapture?
It's I'll just.
What is your eschatology, actually, David? I'm curious.
Yeah.
What is your eschatology?
Jesus wins. That's my eschatology. It's another perfect example.
Does Jesus have a church? Jesus wins as a bachelor? Bachelor theology.
Great.
You have all these different views. What's your view, David? Jesus wins. Mm-hmm. Well, do you adhere to this position? No.
So did Jesus' Great Commission win too, or is Jesus' body is the the bride and groom a real thing? If Jesus wins, if he's unified, if it's one flesh with his body, the church, does the church win, David? No, just Jesus. He's Superman. He doesn't need Lois Lane. He wins. We don't. So come on, man. It's abundantly clear that he doesn't want to shrink his market. Probably, but I think it's also ego and pride. Forget the monetary system for a second. Forget like this idea of like a business. That's there. But I think this is a spiritual thing going on right here. This is like pride. This is like he doesn't, because of his problem with like Jay and the Ortho Bros, he doesn't even want to figure out if orthodoxy is true. And I wish some of these people, if you're in the chat and you're identify with this sentiment, where you're like, you know what? I was kind of interested in orthodoxy, but you guys are such meanie pantses. Now I'm turned away. Like, I promise you, if you go to liturgy, if you become a catechumen, if you seek and practice the faith, if you participate, you'll look at the online stuff as it's not even tertiary. It's beyond tertiary. Way beyond it. It's nothing. It's dwarfed. Online, what you call online orthodoxy, is dwarfed by the liturgical life. Dwarfed. It's not even close. It's not even the same room. Yeah, but I need to figure it out online before I go. Stop. Go to liturgy. Stop it. Stop trying to figure it out online. Go to liturgy. You're going to be like, oh, Jim Bob, why didn't you say that before? I did. I owe you tax, JB. Prots, I was deployed to Jordan. Guess what churches you see? Just go to liturgy and find out. Why argue what you've never experienced? That's what I'm saying. Go to liturgy. Any questions you have about orthodoxy, it doesn't make sense at some point if you don't filter that through the liturgical Episcopal Church. If you filter the propositions about orthodoxy from online, from your Protestant position, your heterodox position, your Islamic position, you can't get the fullness of the answer to the question outside of the church. You're just doing a filtering system at that point. He started a church. Yeah, cool. Cool. That's a semantic distinction that's not relevant right now, Mark. Yes, Christ started a church, right? And to know Christ started a church, what do you need as a mechanism to know Christ started a church? He's going to say the Bible. Nope. Because the Bible is basically useless without an apostolic succession of authority. You don't even get the Bible as an artifact without assuming there's a succession of what Christ taught. Christ's commission, his church, precedes the New Testament Bible. Yes? So, guess what? Guess what, Mark? You can't even demonstrate that Christ started a church. That's what's wild about your position, is that I agree with the proposition, but you are the one who can't actually justify the position that Christ started a church. You don't know that. Why? Because you have no authority to go back. You have no ecclesiology tied back to the statement that Christ started a church. You have to say restoration. You have to do restoration theology. You have to say Christ started a church. I know this because I believe another church that's not his church, that Christ started a church. How do you know Christ started a church? Well, because the thing that's not his church said so. Antiques Roadshow was the only channel he could get after Chow Time. Chow Time is funny. I feel like if there was a really funny series, an animated series about jail, it would be called Chow Time. That's the thing. That's actually kind of interesting, is that there's only two options in jail, really. Islam and Christianity, or soft Christianity. And no wonder. He's like whatever he saw from the Islamic side in jail, he was like, He was like, this saved me from that. Like, reading the Bible well, good, glory to God. Reading the Bible is going to be edifying. But I bet he said, this is a little bit speculative, but if he was in jail and he saw everyone around him was turning Muslim, and he hated it, but he read the Bible, and from his view, it saved him from that world, you could kind of see what the investment is here. Church is the people, not the religion. You didn't answer my question, though. I don't care what you think the church is. I already agreed with you on the semantic premise. No one cares. I asked you, how do you know Christ started a church? You guys are just the worst faith people. This is the problem. Like the Kelly Powers, right? All of this stuff. Like, you guys can't answer direct questions. It's a direct question. How do you know that Christ started a church? Upon this rock. That's a platitude. Because
I appreciate you continuously saying, go to liturgy. Come and see. I'm retarded, and it helped to hear that message repeated. Mr. Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Pickles.
Oh.
So pre-rapture, not sure?
Not sure.
Not sure. Don't know for sure.
Don't know.
No. Yeah, David, do you believe that Jesus...
I just want to say, people said in the chat, I just want to say this would be Andrew's second debate where he produced a staring contest. I just want to make sure people know. If there's a scoreboard with a tally mark, we're up to 2. Andrew, I hope you keep this trend going. I want to know how many debates you could have where you actually produce a weird, awkward staring contest. Because I'm honestly at the point where I'm done with celebrating wins on debates. I want to change the scoreboard. I want to add in some new things. Can you produce a staring contest? As a recent inmate to prison, Islam is very ecumenist speaking in tongues, evangelical. The chaplain refused to let any Orthodox priest visit me. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad you made it out of there, scumbag. That's crazy, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a, what do you call it? Charislamic revival. Charislamic.
Jesus had brothers.
Jesus said to Peter, upon the rock I build my church. You're just stating the claim, dude. Are you mental? We're asking you, how do you know that? I'm the wolf. How do you know that? Jesus, how do you trust what Jesus said to Peter if it had to be preserved by a body of people that you don't trust? You don't know what you're talking about. All you do is read the Bible, really mentally commit to what it says, wholeheartedly in spirit, and then you never ask the question, wait a second, there was a time where Christianity must necessarily exist before the New Testament, so what was that? So all you're left with is exactly. All you're left with is propositional Christianity, and that's a set of statements that you repeat. And the practice is that you repeat the statements and then you read the Bible. And the sacrament is that you read the Bible and repeat the statements. And that's it. And that's why it makes sense for people to go out with a megaphone in the public and just spew propositions and have it never land, because it's all just slogans. It's just a slogan. The irony is that that's actually the false religion. That's actually a religion. The religion of you saying propositions. That's all you do. Nothing else. By the way, you would never be able to do that. You could never find that form of Christianity in the 400s, 500s, 300s, 100. Pick a century before Gutenberg. Pick a century before Gutenberg. You can't find your theology.
No.
Hey, matter of fact, that's another good example. You mean biological brothers?
Yeah.
Lean in that direction, but it's another situation where if you guys came up,
you keep conflating, dude. We can't do your work for you. Pally up. Go look up the difference between normative authority and epistemic certitude, please. We already corrected you on this. You guys don't listen. You refuse to learn. You're arrogant. You're prideful. You get corrected. You just go, la, 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 la. You do your own homework. We already told you the answer. Look up the difference between normative authority and existential certitude.
Up with
Just
some
not
argument.
sure.
If you came up with some argument, it sounds like that from Scripture. If you guys came up with some argument, be happy to go along with your position. Same thing over and over again. There are certain things like I can decide. I can either stay in this chair or get up from this chair. I have to do one or the other. It's kind of a forced decision. Like I have. It really looks like you shouldn't do that to me. Even with that,
really does, but you're not sure.
Even with that said, and I can say it really doesn't look like something.
Every time, man. Every time, man.
That's a situation where if you ask me right now, say the Orthodox Church is a false church, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, you're not going to say the Orthodox Church is a false church. You can't even say with surety that the Orthodox Church shouldn't be telling you that you're a heterodox and need to convert, right? You can't say that for sure.
No, you guys could give me a great argument for that.
Yeah, you can't say for sure that the Orthodox aren't completely correct.
Yeah, Mark, if you're not going to actually engage with anything and just copy and paste platitudes, you're banned. We don't need to hear from you. You're not even listening. You're not even in a conversation. You're in your own zombie state.
Correct, and that you're going to have.
It's like zombie heterodox, man. Like actual zombies, like wear the mask level. Wear the mask, wear the mask, wear the mask.
Hell, even.
But look at the mask. Look at the COVID. Scary. Wear the mask.
You guys could come up with some awesome argument for that I'm not familiar with. I have to say, the more I look into it, the more doesn't look
right. Yeah, great epistemology.
Very good.
Yeah, but you're not sure yet, of course.
That's true.
Brutal. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're talking about, like, let me put it this way: if you're talking about like Christian doctrine and so on, I'd rather say I'm not sure about something than say this is my position that I dogmatically affirm and be wrong about it. Like
are Muslims going to hell?
Yes, he's agnostic.
Even on that issue, if there have been people who suggest some post death possibility of I don't know. And what about a Muslim who's never heard the gospel?
Can't be sure. Are Jews going to heaven?
What, like Peter?
Yeah, are Jews going to heaven?
Even I don't know what you want here from me.
Are you asking me? That's a malformed question. Orthodoxy wouldn't categorize what you guys would call replacement theology, or whoever's arguing that that's a thing. Oh, it's replacement. That's not replacement. That's like saying the Old Testament and New Testament are replacement theologies. They're not. Christianity is a continuity. The whole thing's a continuity. The entire thing. It would only make... here comes Vagine.
Wood has confirmed his theology. He's a donotist.
Jews get saved. Well, no, you're already off here because if I'm correctly interpreting your position here, the Jews of the Old Testament, the Jews of the early up until the destruction of the temple in 70, they're not the same Jews today. When you say Jews today, we're not referring to the same thing. So no. And by the way, Israel itself, the idea is that you replace Jews with a new church. It's not a replacement. And second, it has nothing to do with modern Talmudic rabbinical Jews or even Messianic Jews at this point. Israel itself, the nation state, is not the referent in the biblical sense. It's not the referent. The referent for Israel is not 1948 nation state, land given to Jewish people modern Jewish people who are not the same. This is not the same people.
I just want to know if Jews are going to heaven.
Let me
We
say my
love
position.
Israel.
No one
We
comes to the
love
Father
true Israel.
except through Jesus Christ. If you just go with the Bible, looks like
Did he
you
would.
make your
Did he would.
decision, and then after that comes the judgment and so on. There are people who raise arguments about
Wrong. The Jews were the first. No, that proves my point, man. Unbelievable. Go to church, man. You guys are trying to walk through and try to do your own theology piece by piece. That literally backs my point, dude. The Jews today are not the ones we're referring to when you say the Jews were the first Christians. They're not the same people. There's not the same thing, not the same referent. Jeez,
the possibility of a posthumous opportunity, or what happens to people who've never been evangelized, or people they call them
Jews are going to heaven?
pseudo-evangelized.
So you're not sure Jews are going to heaven?
What do you mean Jews are going to heaven? No one comes to the Father except through Jesus.
So
it's going to depend on the Jew. It's going to depend on the Jew, man.
Okay, so Jews don't believe that Jesus Christ is God. They don't believe in the Trinity. They don't have faith in Jesus Christ as the Messiah. Are they going to hell, David?
If you reject Jesus and the gospel, and it's been clearly explained to you, you're not going to the Father unless there's something else going on. Even if you
So are most of the Jews in Israel right now going to hell,
over.
David?
If again, I don't know how I can.
If they all have rejected, most of them overwhelmingly have rejected
Did they?
Jesus Christ as
what
the
is
Lord,
what was their
Savior,
knowledge?
and
What was their
Savior.
knowledge of the gospel? Because they don't talk
Their
a lot about
knowledge,
Jesus over
their
there.
knowledge of their gospel is quite good.
All Jews in Israel?
Yeah, I mean it's as good as the average Americans.
No, I don't think so. They don't. They
Yeah,
don't
I think-
They don't talk. No, it's not. You been there?
Yeah, I think it
been
is.
there?
It's a well-educated nation.
This was a little unfair because EO won't judge people. Well, no, this isn't. Andrew's not in his position right now. Andrew's examining David's position.
No, they don't.
They're not a well-educated nation.
A lot of Jews there, in terms of Jesus.
I don't follow your Constantinian. Yeah, you follow yourself. You don't even have a church. You couldn't even tell me what you follow. It's just all going to come back to
Get the traditions out of your mind, and when you just read the scriptures, just read the scriptures.
all we have to ask you, Joshua, is did Christ's true church exist in 425 AD? This is I'll never get. I'm the fool here. I keep pretending like I keep asking this question and I'm going to get an answer to this question, and I know that I won't, but I keep fooling myself. I don't follow your Constantinian faith. Cool. Did the Christ's true church exist in 425 AD? Yes, no. The distinction only no, it doesn't. It doesn't relocate, regress, because you guys, this is the fundamental problem with you guys. You think Christianity is a post hoc investigation. Orthodox Christianity holds that Christ started a church and has the Holy Spirit guiding apostolic succession through the ages, and that Christ isn't a liar and the gates of hell won't prevail. You have you go back and investigate. Oh, well, who's interpreting this? We have Christianity went forward. You guys have it backwards. But that's why you guys are in a contradiction and we're not. The contradiction with you guys is that you affirm Christ's true church existed in 425 AD, but then you deny who the visible church is in 425 AD. You guys are in the contradiction. We're not, because we hold to the continuity and that Christ starting a church and teaching the apostles, and the apostles teaching other teachers, and those teaching other students become teachers, and the continuation of that isn't broken according to Christ. But you think it is broken, and it needed to be put back together by random anonymous people in 2026. It's unbelievable. It's actually more insulting than Islamic morons, honestly. It's more insulting. Because they're wrong. Islam is wrong. Just wholly wrong. But they don't take the Christian name. You guys are worse. The level of pride that you guys have to pick up a post-Gutenberg Bible, arbitrarily define which books you need, 66, 73, who cares? I got the answer right here.
Get the traditions out of your mind.
Yep, get them out of your mind.
When you just read the scriptures.
That's a tradition.
Just read the scriptures.
That would be a tradition. Oh, by the way, Paul was wrong when he told us in Thessalonians to hold steadfast. Nope. We got to get that out of our mind. He's cooked either way if he says where the church was, because the other way is calling Christ a liar. Yeah, it's a true dilemma, Rusty. Yep.
They're less like me and Muhammad. I'm openly critical and hostile towards Muhammad. They're more like me and Buddha, where I'm just.
But I thought
not
Christians
interested.
were allowed to evangelize in Israel.
They do. It doesn't mean that.
And so they're all over the place telling these people.
This is why I'm not Orthodox. Well, that's the thing, Anton. This is my recommendation, is that don't try to understand Orthodox purely from a propositional historical lens. Include it. By all means, include it. But the thing is, like, go to liturgy. Understanding and participating and even witnessing the divine liturgy, you're going to understand one of the mechanisms for continuity. Not just from Old Testament to New, but you're going to be able to understand the theology is liturgical itself. That's the theology is, you can't separate the practice from the theology, and you can't separate the Bible from the practice. It's, for Christianity to be true, it has to be all true. It has to unify practice, the Bible, its theology, its Christology, its soteriology, its eschatology. It has to all be one thing. You can't pick and choose like Joshua does. Psalms, dude, don't tell us what Scripture says. That's what's in question, Joshua. I asked you a basic question. I don't think you answered it. Now, there's a lot of people in the chat. Thank you for being here. But, donotis, nice. I like that. Did he answer the question? Where is the true church? Did the true church exist in 425? It's a yes or no question.
That Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, giving them the knowledge of the gospel. Are they going to hell,
Never
David?
answer, man. Never answer.
Andrew, let me break down my thoughts on hell, since you're terribly interested, but it's another perfect example.
Thank you so much.
You have multiple views on hell. You have a literal interpretation of hell. Fire means fire. Darkness means darkness. Worm means worm. You have a metaphorical view where fire means
which
something.
Which view do you believe?
Let me break it down.
Is.
If you're going to ask, I'm going to answer.
Okay.
If fire means something bad, doesn't.
He said nope. Okay, cool. So that's the end of your entire Christianity. If Christ's church didn't exist in 425, then Christ is a liar. We have no reason to listen to you. In fact, get him out of the chat altogether. You're a waste of my time. If you're going to tell me what Christianity is, but you're going to call Christ a liar, we don't need to listen to you, demon. Get out of here. Repent. We can't help you here. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm trying to understand me. Don't try to understand me, Pell up. Go to liturgy. Go to liturgy. He says he's trying to understand me. This isn't bad faith. What part of determining which stream of church councils carries true apostolic authority doesn't require interpretation? That you're still, dude, how are you not getting this? Go look up the difference between normative authority and certitude, man. We already told you the answer. You're not trying to understand it, because if you were, you'd go look up the answer. You said there's no distinction. Of course there's a distinction. That's like saying, if I learn the 2,000-year-old sushi making techniques from a Japanese family that was there from the beginning, from its conception, and I follow the apostolic tradition of sushi making, right? And I investigate sushi making right now, you're like, well, you're still using your reasoning faculties, right? Yeah. We're still interpreting the tradition that we're investigating and being participating in. That's irrelevant. Yes, we use faculties. We're not talking about whether we use our faculties to do math. There's still a teacher, right? According to you, your contention, if I'm in a math class and I'm doing a test and I do the answers, right, and I write down my answers, I actually don't need the teacher to be the normative authority on matters of whether I got the answer right. Why? Because I used my faculties and interpretation to do the test itself. This doesn't follow, man.
This doesn't really mean fire. Worm means something bad, doesn't mean actual worm or something like that. You've got that. You've got the annihilationist view. So hell is where you are in your...
By the way, didn't Joshua venerate? Wasn't Joshua one of the earliest known actions of veneration?
You are annihilated. You are destroyed.
Go!
You have the purgatorial view, where...
Shout out to Russia for reaching the goal. Appreciate you. All my Russians in the chat.
View is yours.
I don't have one, Andrew. That's the point.
Yeah, you don't have one. So they could be going to an allegorical hell. They could be going to a metaphorical hell. They could be going to... But are they going to go to hell if they don't know the gospel?
No.
But
if they don't know the gospel?
If they do know the gospel and they reject it, if I say most of the Jews reject Christ as their Lord and Savior.
Babes in Christ thinking they're going to knock out something that has been hotly debated for hundreds of years. You mean like Calvin? Dude, come on. Alchemist, you've been here for long enough. How do you not get the irony of you saying that, man? How do you not get it? This is wild. I like to think the Prots being trapped in the Terminator paradox, they went back in time to learn Christ's church before he established a church. Pretty much. Yeah. Where we're going, we don't need apostolic succession, Marty. Marty!
But have some knowledge and were presented with the truth of Christ.
So if they were presented with a clear gospel and they reject it, unless, which again, I grant the possibility, unless there's some sort of opportunity after death or something like that, which I don't know, you'd be going there.
Okay, so then does it stand to reason that if most of the Jewish people who are in Israel have rejected the gospel after it being presented to them, that they're going to hell?
Are you trying to get me to say they're going to hell when I'm
no,
sitting
I
here
just,
saying
Just answer the question, you wormwood.
Just want to make sure that I have it. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
Again, I grant the possibility that, and it's just because it's a biblical thing, right? It's a biblical thing. Paul talks about the Gentiles who don't know the law being a law unto themselves and so on, and their consciences it's based on conscience and so on. So, biblically, the more you know, it seems the more.
Bibby's gonna reach out and say, "Stop debating. Don't you remember our contract?"
Accountable you are. So, like Jesus says that the people who handed him over to Pilate are going to have a more severe judgment. You have passed.
Why does he embody Jeff Goldblum? It's really like I kind of picture him in the Jeep. You know that part where he's flirting with the wife and he's like the water drips down hits every hair down the arm.
Messages like that. So
it
seems like you're judged according to the revelation you've received, and that's why some people might think.
So it's your view. So it would
What?
be your view then, how would a person be judged if it's the case that they never heard the gospel?
You're asking how someone would be judged if they never heard the gospel? That's the point, Andrew. I don't know. I would be inclined to say it's based on the revelation you have.
Would it be based on their works or something?
No, natural revelation. How did you respond to natural revelation? So, in other words, someone could.
Dude, that's rough. That's rough.
Jade, my Bimajob. I heard in America you can put pineapple on pizza, but here we put cow pine on naan with pea sauce. Is this the
pea
same
sauce.
thing?
Yes, it is, Vagine. Thank you for telling us about your dining experience.
Understand, even if they've never had any scripture or something like that. Hey, there's a moral law. I've broken it. I'm in need of a savior. Not something I can forfeit because I've changed my mind.
All right,
on
bro.
this.
I'm good.
Good.
We can take well, I don't even care about that. I got to read my own super chats, but I appreciate the conversation, man. I enjoyed it.
All right, man.
All right, you take care of yourself.
Catch you later.
Awkward.
All right, guys. So
I don't even know if we'll get to freaking Candy.
we're in this awkward position again
Yes, you
of
are.
me being pretty open to the idea.
Open to anything. Open to
That's-
anything. Open to anything, honestly.
I'm a skeptic by nature. I'm just built that way, guys.
Wow, that's such a cope, dude. I didn't know you'd cope immediately. Look, your skepticism, your entire theology is a skeptical agnostic position. It's almost like it's weird. AP was the skeptic agnostic, right? Who's the atheist who's, I think, coming to orthodoxy, and you pushed further to agnosticism.
Guys, I'll say it for the 487,000th time. If you had a big circle, and that circle represented everything that can possibly be known, how much of everything that can be known do I know? And it would be a very, very tiny dot.
Interesting, given that your debate prompt was you are saying you know Jay Dyer is controlled by Russia, but you're admitted now that you know nothing. Hey, David Wood, I'm going to give you some advice. Don't make huge claims about people if you don't know anything.
And so when you're saying, what's your position on this? What's your position on that? What's your position on this? If it's not something I've studied, or even if it's something I have studied, but I look like, here's a serious position, here's another serious position, here's another serious position, I might be thinking, okay, that looks like 60% probability, this looks like 30%.
See, probability, this guy, man. He's just a classical foundationalist, evidentialist. He's got nothing. Can you guys start to see, if you were wondering, like, why this position as a loudmouth, as a mouthpiece of said Christianity would be a problem for Orthodox people in regards to people's direction? Like a serious soteriological issue. Do you know what I mean? He literally talks like I don't even know, like Sam, whatever his name. Who's that little midget Jew? Not Sam Hyde. He's not a midget Jew. He's a big Jew. I forgot his name. He's irrelevant now. Well, you know, little rat guy, the big ears. Sam. I almost have it. Sam. Harris. Same thing. Oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do a probability. Christianity is probably true.
This looks like 10%. And so, but that's the way it looks to me now, based on the evidence available to me. Well, how do I know that what I think is probability?
66 likes with 1,000 people? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Close the chat, hit your thumb, come back.
30%. How do I know if I learn more information on that wouldn't be the most probable? Because I don't know. Because I don't know.
Yeah, that's your entire theology, man. Let's see what the merchant meme has to say.
It's a weird situation because when they're saying, it sounds like what they say is, it's better to just say, okay, I'm part of this church and now I'm going to fall in line on all of these issues.
No, that's not how the church works, dude. That's not true, man. He acts confused about how the church works. He says dumb shit that's inconsistent with how the church works, and then he doesn't do his due diligence and learn how the church works.
This is a completely different situation, but what it reminds me of something in Islam, and I'm guessing human beings are just like this.
What a surprise. What a surprise. Poison the well. Mischaracterize the church and its operations. Conflate dogma and doctrines with administrative distinctions, jurisdictional issues. Conflate them. And then say Islam. It reminds me. This guy's such a scumbag, man. You're such a wormy scumbag. And you know what? AP, prayers to you. But the shit that you let this guy get away with is actually an act against David Wood. We're not the victims here, by the way. It's the people like you who don't call him out on his complete bullshit. AP doesn't even correct him right here. Conflating doctrines, dogmas, and binding beliefs with jurisdictional distinctions, political takes. I mean, what a sick people. Well, these people are sick, man.
Yes. You have some people who are, the evidence points in that direction. Boom. That's my position. And other people, I don't know, man. I'm not going to make a call on this. And then you have people who, I just can't decide any of this. Therefore, I'm going to relegate all the thinking to some institution or something like that. You guys decide this stuff for me, and I'll go along with what you guys decide. But that's kind of weird because you still have to decide.
That's kind of weird. That's literally, if you're talking about Christianity, that's literally the entire early church, David Wood. The laity didn't have, if you're talking about theology, that existed already. Even the Old Testament, that existed. Priests, kings, prophets. That seems weird to me that you're not like coming to the conclusion on your own laity. I think it's weird that Christians are not leaning on their own understanding alone. It's weird that the Ortho Bros do that. And this is exactly it. This is like the inherited Protestant individualism mindset, where you're like, I gotta reason this through myself. I gotta really.
Which institution
made by dimbobbers? Do you have any arguments, Western? Do you have anything?
And you'd still, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird stuff to me. Anyway, what?
It's weird. Great argument, man. You're weird, dude. You're a weird dude. It's weird for a grown man to have sex with a 13-year-old because they're a little bit chubby. It's weird. It's weird to try to kill your father with a hammer. That's weird. It's weird to be a Zionist. That's weird.
Stop coping.
You stop coping. He already proved.
I can't even take it. I can't take that. Dude, I'm not going to. I've had enough of that. Anyway, what do you guys think? Tell me in the chat. 22 minutes on this goal. I'm going to take just a slight breather before we bring up another crazy person. And it's Candace Owens. Just take a breather for a second, okay? Just be with me. Just be with me. Weird stuff. Yes. Yeah, I said this before. If Russia wanted to undermine America, they would move away from the strengthening position, which would be more rigorous in its customs, its norms. It would, if unification was possible in 50 years, 100 years from orthodoxy. That's the thing, is like pluralism can't fight Islam. That's what's so bizarre about these people's views. If one of the working powers of Islam is that it's mostly unified in its practice, in its broken theology, in its how you do things, how you don't do things, how women look, how women act, how men look, how women, all of this, right? What you eat, what you don't eat. If this is mostly coalesced with the Muslim, they could take over Dearborn, Michigan, and you notice they take over Dearborn, Michigan. The thing with Protestantism is you couldn't actually tell, other than gay flag signs, whether or not Protestantism was present in a given location. It's actually plurality. Now, what's funny is that David Wood wants to fight against Islam, right, in America? Well, hey, David Wood, have you ever considered that individualism and nominalism and pluralism from a Christian lens can't actually adequately fight against Islam? It gets worse. I can't do it. I can't do it. Maybe another stream. Like maybe I'll cover the Cope stream or something. I just can't listen to these people anymore. I can't do it. I can't.
You don't get to ask those questions.
Yeah, I saw some of his comments. He sounds like a real basement dweller. Now, it is interesting that Candace Owens suddenly is doing a big podcast on Sean Ryan. It's pretty inevitable, I think, at this point, that we're going to see what timeline are we in? I think we're going to see an Andrew Wilson, Candy Owens one-on-one, actually. I think it's going to be sooner than later, which would be the best live watch party probably in the world. Yeah, it's a tough listen. It's a tough one. How long was this debate? It wasn't even long, but yeah. It was rough. It's a rough one. Their geopolitical takes? Yeah. Well, it's like, it makes sense. If you have really bad theology, you're going to have a bad geopolitical take on things like Israel. If you just say, well, Israel's in the Bible, it must be really special or something like this. And so Israel's in the Bible and it's special, and therefore when I took the trip there and I kissed the wall and wore a yarmulke and ate some hummus, maybe, I had a really good time and it really affected me. So therefore I'm a Zionist now because of those. It's like, that's bad theology. Bad. Real bad. The worst. If you want to undermine America, have Israel, another nation state, start influencing its policy in favor of larger scale globalistic trends and not concerned about the people in America. Well, push gay stuff. Who pushes gay stuff? Israel. Push mass immigration. Who pushes mass immigration for all other countries except their own? Israel. You want to undermine a nation, David Wood? Push mass-scale immigration. Pollute the traditions and the identity of the people of a nation. Look, what's the best way to take down Japan if it wasn't by pure force and destruction? Let's say you moved weapons off the table. Physical weapons that destroy things physically. What do you guys, what do you say? What do you say? What would be the 50-year, 100-year plan to destroy Japanese identity, culture, history? I don't know. I can give you a little bit of a reference point. Look at England. Look at Canada. Look at France. This is France. This is France. Ali Akbar. Okay. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to destroy a country without force. Import incompatible ideologies. Import incompatible behaviors and cultures, values. Import incompatible languages. Cause conflict from by way of just pure incompatibility. Everything else follows. It's just amazing. Yeah, import 200,000 Africans. Yeah, just do that. Import them all. Who cares? Look, I'll show you. Watch. I'll show you something. Watch this. This is really interesting, actually. Let me see. I got to find this. Reverend Peter White on... Is that Instagram? Reverend Peter White. Hold on a second, you guys. Watch. Show you this. Reverend at Peter White THD. Saw this little like talk. I don't know if it was on like one of those Omegle things or something like that. But there was a talk, and this guy was like talking about, he was talking to an Indian who was in England, and the dude was like, "Why are you here? Why are you guys here?" He's like, "What's wrong with India?" And he was like, "Nothing's wrong with India." The guy was like, "Yeah, but why are you here then?" He literally was just like, "We're going to take over." There's basically a race to take over other countries because there's a sign that says, "Come here. You guys can expand yourselves here." And so these people are going, yeah, well, it's slightly better life there because of the standard of living. But also, they're not really stopping us from just taking over. There's no assimilation. There's no requirement. There's no, especially in America, there's no referent to say you're an American based on some sort of unified identity, unfortunately. And the unifying identity in America, and I said it before, is that you're a good consumer and that you hold, above all, liberty in the pursuit of happiness. So, nominalism. That's the only thing that you have to swear into on the Bible is that. And so, okay, you don't need to then. Everyone can live harmoniously next to each other, and they can't even understand each other. Okay, David Wood looks like Tim Pool's dad, has similar verbal cadences. Both are horribly annoying and similarly evade questions they can't answer. Yeah, there's a defensiveness with David Wood, and he should be defensive because, guess what? He can't defend his position. And that's what it looks like. You get all squirrely. You start dancing. Now, in a sense, I would say that's a waste of time. That was a waste of time. Yeah, based on what Andrew was prepared to do, David just completely whiffing and abandoning his position. Yeah, but it wasn't a waste of time because it really demonstrated something at the same time. And it demonstrated something that had little to do with the content of the quote debate, didn't it? It actually demonstrated something we all needed to see, and especially you guys who have been David Wood simps this whole time. What you needed to see is how weaselly that guy is. And how dishonest and deceptive and cunning. He's always planning something. He's always trying to do something. He just admitted it. What did he do? He agreed to a debate prompt where he's taking the affirmative, and then he got wrecked on the affirmative and pretended that he was only taking the affirmative to demonstrate something bad about the Ortho Bros or something. Stop. Such a weasel. Just cut it out, man. Anyway, there's that. I don't know if I can find this thing. It's not letting me sign in. Bastards. All right, whatever. I'll play it. I'll play it another time. It doesn't matter. Don't matter. He's just a troll. Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm a troll. Jim Bob, I'm English and my city is over 50%. Recent births are foreign. Yeah, it's a takeover. Not to black pill you, but it's like you guys really let it go. Europe in general, man. There's a couple of nations there. Who is it? Poland, Hungary. There's got to be one more, right? Is there anybody holding on? Like, I honestly don't know, and this isn't a black pill. I don't know how a country like the United Kingdom could turn it around. I don't know how France could turn it around. There's a combination: open borders, pluralism, and the fact that the softened white male got convinced against procreation. Like, oh yeah, well no, they deserve it now. You know, we had it for a while, and it's their turn. It's like, their turn to what? What do you guys think they're going to do? They're coming from places that are, sorry for my French, shitholes. What do you think they're going to build in place of the thing you have that you're supposed to defend? What do you think they're going to build? Nothing. They're actually going to build nothing. You'd think, oh, they're going to build this thing and that thing. No, they're not going to build anything. And there's honestly, you know, there's no voting. You can't vote it. This demonstrates the limitations of democracy, the limitations of like, oh, no, there's a system for that. No, there's not really there's a system for governing and for enforcing the prescriptives that a culture establishes. How you should act, how you shouldn't act, what you can do, what you can't do, and for what reason. The system itself, that's the apparatus, actually manages something not identical to the arm. So, like, what? Think of it like a security, a bouncer at a location. You could have a strip club that's completely degenerate, and the enforcement, the bouncer, and the security do the same job at the strip club as they do at the church. I don't know if you guys have at your church, your parish, security or a cop or someone who's you don't even know is a cop who's in the parish. Those people serve as a muscle to remove anyone who violates what the values are and the rules are of the location. And if the country's the location, I think people have this misconception that like, oh, no, democracy and voting is what keeps the country going. And it's like, well, what's the country if it's not the aggregate of the values of the people, the identity of the people? And that's why you can't vote. You can't really use the political apparatus itself doesn't give you the values. It doesn't. There's no self-evident values. You have to actually voice them, ground them, and then not be afraid to place your ideology in the position of governance, including force. But the classical liberal paradigm, the Enlightenment, convinced everybody that we don't do that. Liberals do that. They're the evil ones who assume positions of power and force their beliefs on you. Look, you can't force someone to believe something, but you can definitely force your beliefs on people. And if you call yourself a Christian and you think you can't, I'll ask you a question. Do you think abortion should be illegal? Oh, yeah, of course, but that's different. No, it's not different. The reason you think it's fine to make abortion illegal is because you think it violates your theology. But the Ben Shapiros of the world and the classical liberals and all these people who are defending the failing Enlightenment project called America, they keep doubling down on it without realizing, or maybe they do realize it. I mean, after all, Ben Shapiro did write a book, 7 Ways to Destroy America from the Inside. Bestseller. Why would you write that book? How would I define American identity? If you think ethno-national identity is fair. No, I think that was once maybe something you can grasp, but no longer. In other words, the principles of the Enlightenment, even if crafted by an identity that seems to be mostly white European, even if that was true, they actually crafted something against themselves. If you really look at its entailments, the deist, proddy Europeans crafted a system that they didn't really see could work against them. They just took it for granted, just like their theology, by the way. It's the consequence of the Enlightenment is reflective of a position that's arbitrary and soft on who the creator is. Oh, we take these self-evident truths. The creator made us. Who? Who's the creator? Who is it? Oh, no, we don't want to get into that because that's too rigid. Okay, well, have it your way. You won't be here on Earth, but, just know, a couple hundred years down the line, it wouldn't occur to you that it was self-evident at the time, to use their language. It wouldn't occur to them it was self-evident the destruction of their very conception of the nation would be around the corner, given their start point. So individualism, the pursuit of, but to be fair to them, it was first the pursuit of, what was it? Life, liberty, and property. Not happiness. What the hell? Happiness? What? Oh, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Look, you're not always happy owning property. You know what property does? It gives you an obligation. You know what happiness does? No obligation. Oh, yeah, you deserve to pursue happiness. Does that come with an obligation? Not really. Property requires obligation. And everyone knows who owns anything. You're not always happy owning something. You're not happy owning something. You're like glad sometimes you own something, but happiness is usually not present when you're managing what you own a lot of times. It comes from a deontic. It comes from deontology. That's why Christianity without deontology, you might as well have Christianity without a church. And voila, what do we have today? What do we have? What I'm saying, third world image, is that even if you tried to affirm a national identity, do you ever notice that there's a fair amount of people of European heritage who are pagan retards? They come in, they look like some sort of European Viking or something, and you're like, what do you believe? Christianity, right? And they're like, no, I'm a pagan homo. Oh, okay, so you don't count. What I'm saying is that without proper theology, any account of your unique heritage is moot, because a heritage itself doesn't give you your practices. Like your physical bioessential properties don't give you your teleology. It doesn't tell you how you ought to craft anything. Around what? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't tell you anything. It's like, think of it this way. You know, Asians are really good at drawing. They're technically just good at it. They have no soul. You know what I mean? They're like machines. They'll draw a perfect image of something, and you go, well, you were given, let's say for instance, for a second, let's just say they were determined biologically to be just good at that. There's something about their makeup that they're just good at this transfer of a thing onto paper visually identical. It's close to identical. You're just like, what the hell, man? You're like a photograph. But that being good at it doesn't tell you how to properly use it. It doesn't tell you what to reflect. It doesn't tell you what beauty is. It doesn't tell you how to participate in beauty. It doesn't tell you anything. It's just mechanistic. So even if you said, oh, Europeans are really good at building things, it doesn't tell you what we ought build. That's the problem with that whole
Bad news,
ethnic
Mr.
alone
Bob.
view.
I traveled back in time to 425 AD and I was unable to find any Orthodox churches in Europe using Apple Maps. Worse still, they were much less accommodating of my culture than they are today.
That's what happens. What are you talking about, Jimbo? I was so happy when I had to mow the lawn yesterday, 90 degrees. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Good engineers and good at math. Yeah. It doesn't tell you what to, this is why teleology is so important. You can't separate teleology from any argument. In fact, arguing has an assumed teleology toward truth, toward coherency. Why? There's nothing to do. What do you do? What do you do with it? That's the question. What do you do with it? What now? And it's like, well, we got to get back to a lot of white people. It's like, even if I agreed I'd rather be generally around white people than any other culture, just by way of association, it doesn't give you your the life to live, and that's what's ultimately important. That's why it's hard for people to argue with orthodoxy, because they try to trap you in bioessentialism. They try to trap you in a Nick Fuentes view. They try to trap you in this and that, and it's like, yeah, exactly, that's a trap. Orthodoxy doesn't have a trap. There's no trap. It doesn't make you take a lowered state view of nature. Like, it doesn't force you to reduce your worldview to a set of natural physical attributes. Oh, I have that hair. I have that skin. That's my attribute. No. Way deeper. It's way deeper than that. That's why I tell people, go to liturgy. You'll reassess your political stances. You'll reassess what it is you think you're trying to do here. You'll reassess what it means to save America. A lot of false dialectics on saving America out there, am I right? Yes. For instance, one of my ongoing critiques against the Catholic position, particularly the loudest ones from like Nick Fuentes, if he said, we got to make America Catholic again. We got to make America Catholic. You mean black? You mean Muslim? You mean a nation that opens its borders in the name of inclusivity and hospitality? You mean that? Notice how I don't think he's ever even said it, because he probably knows it. He says white. He says we got to get back to something, but he doesn't say. Well, if he said make America Catholic, okay, sure about that. Uh, 3 out of 10 on that last goal. That's pretty pathetic. Here, let's do one more, and I won't drain you guys. It's 3 o'clock. Let's do one more. Let's make an aggressive. See, I'll lose people, yeah. Losing people. You ask for taxes, you lose people. Anyway, 900 people. I won't belabor you all. Let's hit the goal aggressively right now, and then we'll start wrapping things up. I'm going to actually probably change the thumbnail because I didn't get to Candy Owens, and I'm okay with that. I can't listen to two of the similar brains talking for that long anyway, so I'll move that on to tomorrow or something like that. I'll get to it. I have it in the queue. Rather be surrounded by EO Japanese people than white atheists? Pretty much. If it comes down to it, just because God's gifted you with a talent doesn't come with the wisdom of the TLO's proper purpose and functionality with a contextual application. Yeah. How many people who are especially artists, right? Artists are, and I know this from more years of not being Orthodox than years I'm Orthodox for sure. And it's like, you're gifted with any sort of creativity, and the culture actually leans you almost automatically to some sort of perverse version of it for some reason. It's like, oh, use shock. Oh, do an upside down thing. Ooh, Picasso. Ooh, have you considered putting the eyes on the elbow? Oh, wow, there's a vagina on his ear. That's so avant-garde. And it's like, wait a second. Is there any obligation with your talents? Essentially, misusing your talent is probably equal to the parable of the person burying the talent in the dirt and leaving it alone. Oh, the goal. Yeah, that's a trick I play. I actually have it set up so the goals don't count, and then I get more money from you guys. So, thanks for ruining it, Snagglebeast. Thanks a lot. Avant-garde maxing. Well, it looks like it works now. It's up to the dang goal. I don't know. But look, right now what matters is my feeling about the goal. So let's see if it works. Someone sent another $5. See if it adds to 2, and then we'll know. You know what I mean? Escher, yeah. Well, Escher's kind of... see? I kind of like the effort he put in. It was a dude, right? It wasn't a chick, right? Yeah, that's still kind of like pointing to upside down world, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to confuse your eyes and make you dizzy. Art. I'm going to take the beauty of architecture and angles, and I'm going to turn it upside down. You'll see. You'll see. This land is my land. This land is your land. From Mongolians to people from Africa, you can come in here and you don't have to speak English. You can rape our daughters all day. This land is my land, but now it's your land. From Dearborn, Michigan to California, please import fentanyl and everything else. We don't have an identity. Everybody! Does it work? It works! See, it does work. This might be controversial, but I think featuring inversion can be beautiful. You know what? I'll call it dissonance. That is just that the beauty ought not be derived from the inversion on its own. I get what you're saying, yeah. See, it's different with like music. Like you can have music that's dissonant in parts, but consonant in the end, resolve, unlike jazz. And so in that regard, yeah, but I guess it's strange to try to like understand music, which is in time. It has a start and an end. And so you can feel the resolve, but in a single picture, resolve is like, what is it? What's resolve? Like it would have to do with like the content, the medium, the skill, the technician, like the visuals, the color, the lines. Maybe composition would give you, I guess, composition. Isn't that interesting? Like you think of music and you think of composition. Composition is from start to finish in time. It unfolds and comes back to home, the G chord. It's resolved. There's tension. There's a war. It's scary. It's light. It's a walk in the meadow. It's falling down a hill. And then you come back home. But in an image, it's not the same medium. So like, what is the coming home resolve of an image? It might be only the composition. you know? Like that it's unified. The multiplicity is unified. Hold on. I don't know what that means because I'm retarded. Interbreeding marriage? Interbreeding? Well, interbreeding is like assuming there's a different breeds of humans or something. I mean, obviously, I'm okay with it being that I'm not pure in my ethnicity and Megan is not pure in hers. So, you know. So, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm okay with it. Now, maybe there's I draw the line at cultural incompatibility, ultimately. Like, there's a problem with cultural incompatibility, and, you know, it would be different if I met someone and they were, like, super fully engaged with their cultural ethnic heritage, and it was just incompatible. Like, I just couldn't be like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm not going to convert to that, that's for sure. But I don't think it's hard to trace purity anyway. So it starts from this assumption that you have that to begin with. And then what? Like, if you take the extreme approach, you just turned out to be like Jews who obviously their physical embodiment isn't great for them. And neither are the retarded incest Islam people. So, I don't know. DW needs to be spammed. Do you know you're a Christian? Yeah, it's a good one, Matthew. It's a hard one for him to answer. Jim, can you post the guitar solo from yesterday? Cut off. Thanks. I'll do more. I actually just took down the stream altogether. There was way too many TOS. I'm not even gonna mess with it. So I'll play more music. Don't worry. I'll rip into the solos. Fallen Ape Theist uploaded 5 reasons he left Christianity. Well, he probably never was a part of Christianity. Are you saying he's an Orthodox Christian? I'll review it another time. That actually kind of exhausted me. And I got to watch my swollen foot disease. So, pay your taxes and I can get out of here. 4 left. Let's look at who else is live for you guys, though. I might as well do you the favor, right? Might as well do you a favor and take a look-see. Terrible. Shout out to, who was it? Intel Wild asking David Wood if he would be a part of Pastor Mike's Lakewood Ministries, LLC. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Nancy. That's right. Hope Dyer comes on. That would be good. Yeah. He probably will. He'll probably, like, Dyer will get more exhausted from that. Like, the level that Andrew has the capacity to talk to a moron for a long time, I actually have the similar capacity to watch a moron for that long. I think Jay has neither, and that's good for him. It's like, I can't watch this. I can't do this. Stop. I'm just gonna stop. All right, this is dumb. You're stupid. I'm out of here. Shut up. That's right. You're welcome. I gotta go to the gym. I went yesterday. I'm back. Ugh. Elevate foot. All right. Let's take a look. 3 more, y'all. 3 more. There we go. 3 more. You have a favorite country? Well, I did go to Italy. I had this romantic idea of Italy, and then I realized we're just Mexicans on mopeds. And I was like, oh, man. We're just Mexicans on mopeds? So that was a little disenchanting. I was like, I haven't been to other really European nations, though. I would actually like to go to Greece. I'd like to go to Mount Athos. But as far as leaving, I don't even want to leave my house, man. I don't even want to go anywhere. Like, I love being home with my family. I don't even want to go places you'd think I'd want to go to. Like, if someone paid me like $3,000 to like talk at an event or something, I'd be like, Thank you, Steele. Fortunately, that doesn't count toward the goal, but I appreciate the 2. I just don't want to go anywhere. Maybe go for a walk, go to the park, go out to dinner. But it's like, oh, we're gonna go over there. I'm like, what? I didn't even like it was good to hang with my family, but even I went to Vail for a couple days because Meg Bob's sister was in town, and I was like, why are we in Vail? Wait, why are we here? Rachel went on Pajot. I didn't know that. That's cool. I'm looking forward to Candy and Andrew. That has to happen. It's definitely going to happen. There's going to be a battle. Candy versus Andy. First ever. Candy versus Andy. Monday, 7 p.m. So yesterday I got a weird hair patch on my back, lasered off. Am I gay? No. You know, every time I go get a haircut, the person needs to lower my shirt in my back. And I'm like, can you keep going? And they're like, no, I got it at your neck. And I'm like, neck's connected to my back. It's all one haircut. Do you understand, lady? Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to go too far down your back. Do it. It's a part of my hair. This is a haircut, right? Haircut? Back hair is hair. Do it. She's all gagging. And get my wolf ears, too. I'm going to be one of those old men that could braid their ear hair. It's so long. Elevate foot. I think you mean elephant foot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can't watch Trent Horn, actually, either. I can't do that, either. Baron Cohen. I don't know if that happened. I think they had like a... Like, I can't follow all this. I think they had like a X space or something. Is he like a conspiracy theorist? Like the one... Is he the one who has allegedly written it on the wall? Freaking beartards. Jim Bob, what do I say to my friend who says logic doesn't matter? Well, if it didn't matter, then saying logic doesn't matter. So, about problems with Sola Scriptura? As my priest told me, when you get in an engagement with someone and they say logic doesn't matter, then in a sense they're saying the truth doesn't matter. And if they say the truth doesn't matter, then you don't debate with them. You just stop engaging. That's what you have to do. So that's all. Disengage. It's okay. You can disengage. I don't know if that was supposed to, but it didn't work, so I need one more. Just because Jay criticizes our people in power here in America doesn't mean he hates America. He constantly says he should be praying for our leaders. Well, Jay said it a couple days ago. He said he doesn't looking through the lens of orthodoxy, he wants America to heal and repent, which means become Orthodox. That's a huge 100-year plan. That's like Orthodox Rockefeller move, which is the right mindset. You still have to, it doesn't mean you don't do anything locally. It doesn't mean you destroy what exists, right? It just means that you need a proper paradigm to even address it, whether it's local, near term, long term. You need a holistic paradigm. So, like I said before, Jay's takes and the work he's done has been so nuanced that you can't really trap him in a false or limited dialectic. It's impossible. That's probably why it's so frustrating for people who are oppositional to him. He just can't, you can't trap him. He's too nuanced. He's like, no, that happened. That was good. It's like, who's that one drug dealer in, what was it, South America somewhere? Famous drug dealer, cartel dude. He did awful things. He made a lot of money from doing awful things. And he also had this other side of him that was insanely philanthropic. He was like the good bad guy. And that, when you look at things through that lens, you realize you can't really just make them these static black and white. And so, here's another two. Thank you. No, I wasn't asking. Thank you. No, I'm just saying there's one more. See if someone can make it move. Yeah, Escobar. Thank you. Thank you. The ideas of how Trinity are one despite being different. Look at it this way. The Trinity is unity and multiplicity, not unity or multiplicity. And because the Trinity, the very nature of God is triune, God being God couldn't be reduced to just particulars, parts, composition, composite, something. God would transcend our idea of one or many things, the way we examine the world around us. Oh, there's an object here. This is a guitar pick, and this is a guitar pick. They can't be the same guitar pick. Are you saying they're both the same? No, it's not like that. This is why the nature, persons, essence, energy distinction are necessary in examining the Trinity. Is that one in nature and three persons. It doesn't contradict it because it doesn't reduce to part, like a part of something. There's not parts of the one thing. The thing that's unified is the nature, and the persons are unified in the nature. The American Orthodox Empire will be glorious. Mexico and Canada quickly become Southern and Northern Empire. Could be. Okay, it worked, you guys. Thank you. Really. Music today? I don't know. I did sing a little song. Maybe I should write This Land Is Our Land cover, but just make it all about mass immigration, pluralism, individualism, liberty above all, consumerism, and degeneracy. And just say it all happy. In the Orthodox worldview, you believe in extraterrestrial life? No, I don't believe in extraterrestrial. Terrestrial? Terra. I don't believe in extra terra to begin with. I talked about this before. Now, I'm not saying that that's like an official Orthodox position. I'm saying me personally, I believe that one of the psyops that allows for extraterrestrials, aka demons, to be examined through a natural lens instead of a spiritual lens. If aliens exist, but they're actually demons, but the only way to make sense of demons from a naturalistic paradigm is to necessitate a place where they could come from, now you've just smuggled in that there's other places. I don't believe there's other places. I don't believe when you look up in the heavens and you look at shining stars and all these things that there are locations that you can get to. I don't believe that. I don't believe in extra terra. That's I think that's the trick that they being NASA and all these people who do anything to reject the Christian paradigm, I think they did that. Look, I'm an admitted conspiracy tard, okay? I don't care. I think I'm right. We're made in the image of God. Yeah. Well, there's a creation too. And it's like Revelation doesn't include the creation of other places that are like Earth. Genesis doesn't include all of these things. And it's like, what are these things? Well, notice how every concept of an alien, for the most part, has been somewhat reflective of being made in man's image. Isn't that interesting? Well, we're made in God's image, but everything we create, we start creating things that are made in our image. And so why would it be made in our image? What are we doing here? Like an alien, from their view, from the people who, let's say, reject Christianity, an alien could just be like a baseball shape. No, it has a head, and it talks, and it moves, and has wants. It's like, what? Why? Why would that be the concept of an alien at all? It seems a bit biased. There's no reason to assume an alien would look like me in any way, shape, or form, and yet every depiction of it is like, well, it has to. It's like Earth. It's like an earthly thing. Well, no, why? It could be a cube. It could be a coronavirus-looking shaped thing, right? It could be anything. Doesn't make any sense. No, yeah, but I want it to have a face and eyes, speak Spanish. Well, those are the aliens I believe exist. Yeah, I believe aliens exist. They're hopping over the fence right now. Thanks for the streams. This is my Goy tax. Do you have any recommendations for Orthodox music? Not really. It's not really a thing. There's Orthodox musicians. Tony, hello listener. There we go. But as far as Orthodox music, I don't... Chanting, Byzantine chants. Awesome. Appellation Orthodox chants. I love it. As far as an Orthodox musician, I think Hello Listener is really the only one I know who I would say is Orthodox, explicitly Orthodox, and you could find Orthodox hints in his lyrics, and it's actually good music. That takes a lot to do that. Takes a lot. So, check him out. All right, who do we have alive? Who's alive? Cleve, probably covering the same thing. What do you guys want? Inspiring philosophy. Where do you guys want to go? Yeah, that seems to be a good approach. Like, I want to make music, and I don't want the expectation where I have to, like, it's a tough, Tony does it so well. It's really tough to reconcile and make lyrics work that are explicitly Orthodox, but doesn't come off as like, not just cringe, but like, I don't know the word. It is cringe. It would be cringe, wouldn't it? It'd be cringe. It just doesn't work. People know. People know what you mean by that. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't. It's like something improper about it. Like you're trying to baptize orthodoxy in your music as opposed to have your music consistent with the beauty of orthodoxy, but not content driven by the content itself, I guess. You know what I mean? That's why I try to keep it really not separate, but like parallel. Like, for instance, my Mountain Town song is cryptically about orthodoxy, about coming home. Like, it's not preachy. It doesn't have any of the elements of orthodoxy in it. It has no distinctions in it other than the house itself. But anyway, the fine line between prot slop and good music is too fine. Yeah, preachy is the word. Preachy. It's like too on the nose. Oy vey. Anyway. All right. Did you guys choose? Should I... Cleve? It's gonna be repetitive, just so you know. So I'm just wondering, do you want that? If not, the only other person I see is Chris Lestrange. So you guys tell me. I don't care, actually. I don't care. It's a good song. I still have to record it. Yeah. Anybody? Do you guys care? I'll just pick. Tony? I don't see Tony. No. Cleaver Chris Lestrange. Much smaller channel. Cleve not doing the same content. Cleve doing pretty much the same thing I just covered, but from his view. I don't know. Whatever. All right, y'all. Speaking of good music, I'll leave you with one of Tony's best, Jimmy Crackcorn. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making the stream epic with me. And thank you for all the people. I don't know if I got a raid or it was just a popular, good timed popular topic. Either way, I appreciate all the views, everybody. Adios. God bless you. Go to liturgy.
Jimmy Crackcorn, and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. It's another soldier got caught, only what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy Crackcorn, and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught, on it what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint